The House will also then resume debate on the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2024, which is currently at the second reading stage. The proposed legislation seeks to establish a legal framework for county library services across Kenya, with the objective of improving access to information, promoting reading culture, and supporting lifelong learning through modern public libraries managed by county governments. This is a motion by the leader of the delegation. And
Speaker.
And as you can see on your screens, the Speaker of the Senate is the Speaker of the National Assembly is expected to make his way into the chamber for this afternoon sitting. And as you can see on your screens, the Deputy Speaker is making her way into the chambers for this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to follow the proceedings. My name is Doris Gitonga. Have a lovely afternoon and enjoy your viewing.
Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. First order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-4, I wish to report to the House that I have received 7 messages from the Senate regarding its consideration of 6 bills and 1 National Assembly bill. Honorable members, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th messages convey that on Tuesday, 21st July 2026, the Senate considered and passed the following Senate bills with amendments. The Environment Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 23 of 2024, which seeks to amend the Forest Conservation and Management Act and the Climate Change Act to make further provision for afforestation and reforestation of indigenous forests in Kenya, to promote tree planting in all counties, and to provide for the setting and formulation of strategies to achieve national environmental targets and annual carbon sequestration targets. Secondly, there is the Sports Amendment Bill, Bill number 2, Senate Amendment Bill number 45 of 2024, which seeks to amend the Sports Act to create county academies of sports and provide for protection of minors in sports. 3, there is the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2024, which seeks to amend the Statutory Instruments Act to provide clarity on the timelines within which the statutory instruments shall be made and prescribed sanctions for failure by the responsible regulation-making body to make statutory instruments within the specified period. And 4, the Heritage and Museums Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2023, which seeks to provide for the conservation, preservation, protection, research, and management of cultural and natural heritage at national and county levels of government. Thirdly, in addition, honorable members, the 5th and 6th messages convey that on Tuesday, 21st July 2026, the Senate considered and passed the following bills without amendments. 1, the County Hall of Fame Bill, Senate Bill number 18 of 2023, which seeks to establish a County Hall of Fame in each county as an avenue through which the county governments shall bestow honor on the individuals with their respective counties acclaimed as being outstanding, exceptional, or illustrious in their profession and activity, and to provide for a framework for the preservation of the history, heritage, and culture of the counties. And 2, the County Oversight and Accountability Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2024, which seeks to give effect to Article 96(1) and 3 of the Constitution and to enhance public financial accountability by county governments. Fourthly, the Senate now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly on the 6 bills in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. Honorable members, the 7th and final message conveys that on Tuesday, 21st, 2026, the Senate considered and passed the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024 with amendments. The Senate now seeks the National Assembly's reconsideration of the bill in accordance with the provisions of Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution. Honorable members, Standing Order 143 requires the Speaker to cause a bill received from the Senate to be read a first time upon conveyance of its message in the House. In this regard, I direct the clerk to schedule the 6 Senate bills in the order paper for the first reading at the next sitting. Thereafter, the said bills will stand committed to respective committees for consideration as follows. 1, the Environment Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 23 of 2024, goes to the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry, and Mining. 2, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2024, goes to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. 3, the Sports Amendment Bill number 2 of Senate Bill number 45 of 2024, and the Heritage and Museums Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2023, and the County Hall of Fame Bill, Senate Bill number 18 of 2023, goes to the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. 4, the County Oversight Accountability Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2024, goes to the Departmental Committee on Regional Development. Further, honorable members, I hereby refer the amendments to the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024, to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for consideration and reporting. I also direct the clerk to circulate the schedule of Senate amendments to the bill to all members. With respect to the consideration of the 6 Senate bills, the respective committees are reminded to pay particular attention to the provisions of Article 109 and Article 114 of the Constitution and guide the House appropriately. The committees to which the 7 bills have been referred are encouraged to prioritize consideration and submit these reports as soon as practicable to enable the House proceed with the necessary next steps on the bills. The House is accordingly informed. Thank you.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader, before you proceed, I wish to recognize the presence of the following schools who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. Amagoro Junior School from Teso North Constituency, Busia County. Secondly, we have St. Stephen's Kakurunjo School from Chesumei constituency in Nandi County. And seated in the public gallery, we have the following schools: Umoja Tulwet Secondary School from Kuresoi North constituency, Nakuru County. Ogada Progressive School from Suna West constituency, Migori County. Kivu Primary and Junior School from Mwingi Central constituency, Kitui County. Ranet Adventist Comprehensive School from Awendo constituency, Migori County. Mfariji Comprehensive School from Igembe North constituency, Meru County. On my own behalf and on behalf of the substantive speaker and the entire National Assembly, we welcome you to the National Assembly. Thank you. Okay, Sawa. Have you put your card?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 6th August 2026. A, the county government's budget implementation review report for the first half, the first 6 months of the financial year 2025-2026, covering the period 1st July 2025 to 31st December 2025 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. B is reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, 30th June 2024, and 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following: 1, Buruburu Girls Secondary School; 2, Highway Secondary School; 3, Ishuga Girls Secondary School; 4, Kabiroine Girls Secondary School; 5, Kamahoha Girls High School; 6, Keandu Secondary School; 7, Kipipiri School; 8, Pumwani Secondary School; 9, Rudhagati High School; and 10, St. Michael Secondary School, Buyende. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Yes, please. One over two, please. Statements to be requested. I think we have one from Honorable Aden Dawood. To the Administration and Internal Security Committee. Yes, proceed.
The next one. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a request for statement regarding alleged irregular processing of electronic travel authorization for foreign nationals. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 442C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding alleged irregular processing of electronic travel authorizations for foreign nationals seeking entry into Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it's alleged that the Somali passport holders who require an electronic travel authorization to enter Kenya experience inordinate delays in the processing of application submitted through the official online platform, notwithstanding payment of the prescribed fees. It is further alleged that such applications are only expedited upon payment of between US $200 to $250 to intermediaries who purportedly facilitate approvals through irregular channels. Honorable Speaker, the ETAs, the Electronic Travel Authorization System, is a critical component of the Kenya's border management and national security framework, designed to facilitate the screening and vetting of foreign nationals before they are authorized to travel to the country. Allegations that approvals are influenced by unofficial payments or involvement of third parties raise serious questions that the integrity of the system has been compromised. This therefore undermines the credibility and effectiveness of the country's immigration controls, thereby exposing the country to significant national security risks in which persons are admitted without proper vetting of their background. Further, such practices foster corruption and result in the loss of revenue amounting to hundreds of thousands of US dollars allegedly collected through these irregular payments on a daily basis. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, a report on the investigations, if any, into the existence of intermediaries and officers in the government agencies facilitating preferential processing of ETA applications by Somali nationals at illegal fees ranging between $200 to $250, and actions taken against those found culpable. 2, a report on the audit of ETA applications processed over the past 1 year and confirmation as to whether the prescribed payment of $30 in respect for these applications was remitted to the government coffers. And 3, the measures put in place to ensure that ETA applications submitted by foreign nationals are processed fairly, transparently, and within reasonable timelines without the involvement of intermediaries. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Person, Administration and Internal Security. Is there anyone who can undertake on their behalf, or maybe majority? Yes. When do you confirm to get back?
2 weeks. Yes.
Okay.
2 weeks. 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, thank you. 2 weeks. And I know Honorable Member from Mwingi Central, you wanted to welcome the students from your constituency. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on my own behalf and on behalf of Parliament, I welcome all the schools and accompanying delegations to Parliament, and in particular Kiviu Ikusia Primary School, which comes from my constituency. I'm very proud of you. I encourage all of you to work hard and aspire to be leaders in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and God bless you. Asante.
Member for Teso North, you'd also made a request.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this opportunity to welcome all the schools that have come to Parliament today to observe the proceedings of the House. In particular, I wish to welcome Amagoro Junior Secondary School, who have around 150 students present here today, headed by their head teacher, Orodi. And that school comes from my constituency, it's one of the biggest schools. I want to urge the students to observe the proceedings and be able to work hard and learn. For some of them will come to join this August House in the future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for that opportunity.
Thank you. Request for statement by the Honorable Mary Maingi, member from where?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to seek a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding a tragic road accident near Murvara Bridge along the Mwea-Ebu Highway in Mwea constituency. Honorable Speaker, on the early morning of 1st August 2026, a grisly road accident involving a parcel truck and a tuk-tuk occurred at the Murbara Bridge between Red Soil and Nice Digital area along Makutano-Embu Highway. The accident occurred when a parcel truck that was being driven from Mwea towards Embu veered off its lane and rammed into a tuk-tuk that was headed towards Gurubani. The head-on collision caused the death of one occupant of the parcel truck, 6 passengers of the tuk-tuk, and 1 pedestrian who was hit while walking on the roadside at the accident scene. Honorable Speaker, the accident is attributable to the deplorable state of the road section near Murubara Bridge, where visibly dangerous potholes have developed. Eyewitnesses claim that the truck driver veered off his lane while attempting to avoid a deep pothole. This tragic death of the truckers and the peasant workers who were traveling from Kimbebe to the Moya Irrigation Research Area to plant rice has caused immense sorrow and loss of livelihoods to their dependent families. There has been other accidents at the same spot, calling for urgent interventions to forestall any further accidents. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1, the immediate actions taken by the Kenya National Highways Authority, KENHA, to mitigate recurrent accidents at Murubara Bridge, including recarpeting of the road, erecting proper road signages, installation of speed bumps, and other safety enhancements to curb the accidents. 2, the plans, if any, by KENHA to expand the Moya Embu Road to a dual carriage, including the budget allocation and timelines for implementation. 3, the plans by the government to support the funeral expenses for the accident victims, offset hospital bills for survivors nursing injuries in hospitals, and compensate the families who lost their breadwinners in the Murubara Bridge accident. And 4, the steps being taken by the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA, the police, and other relevant agencies to strengthen traffic law enforcement and safety in the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That's the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. Is there any member of the committee? Okay, Majority Leader, you can undertake on their behalf.
Honorable Speaker, let me inform the chair to probably respond within a week.
Okay, thank you. Next, the Honorable Member for Manyora. No, the Honorable Manyora, Member for Kigumo, sorry. You're requesting a statement? Oh, he's not here? Okay, Sawa. Proceed, give him the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding the stalled construction of the Gonda-Gatobe-Gashosho Road. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the stalled construction of the Gatobe-Gashosho Road in Kigumo constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Gatobe-Gashosho Road serves as a critical transport infrastructure for the people of Kigumo constituency, facilitating the movement of agricultural produce, access to schools and health facilities, and connectivity between several villages within the constituency. Regrettably, construction works on this road have stalled despite the contractor, Triple N Capital Ventures Limited, purportedly having been paid all outstanding dues. Consequently, the road has continued to deteriorate at an alarming rate, with several sections rendered impassable, especially during the rainy season. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1, the reasons for the delay in the construction on Goda-Gatobe-Gashosho Road, despite settlement of all outstanding payments owed to the contractor. 2, the specific timelines within which the contractor is expected to resume construction works, and an indication of the projected timeline for completion of the roads. And 3, measures, if any, that the Ministry of Road and Transport has put in place to safeguard the road from further deterioration pending resumption of works, particularly in light of the impending rains. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Transport and Infrastructure. Give him the mic.
Yes, I will respond in the next 2 weeks or before 21st.
Okay. So. Next, yes. Proceed, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to inform the chair, I've not seen he has come in because the Honorable Betty Maina, who is a member of the committee, had actually indicated to me that she had since, using the committee, pushed for payment of the contractor's dues. And the Honorable Manyora, the member for Kigumo, knows the Honorable Betty Maina is a constituent of Kigumo constituency. And all the pending bills have since been settled. And I'm sure the chair will get that information from the ministry and give you a formal response. But the contractors should be mobilized to get back to site. And I'm sure within the 2 weeks, the chair has indicated he should be able to give you a very comprehensive answer on the work that the Honorable Betty Maina has been doing in pushing for the contractor to resume on this road.
Honorable Manyora, what do you want to say?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I never, ever like engaging the majority leader because he's a senior in a profession I am in. But I think he didn't understand my statement because my statement is requesting why, despite the contractor having been paid, they are still not on site. 2, I wanted clarification before they come back on site whether they can maintain that road because it is in a terrible situation. Thank you.
I think, Chairperson, you've noted that concern. And
Honorable Speaker, that matter has been raised by Honorable Betty Maina, who is a member of my committee. And so Honorable Manyora should relax that that matter is being pursued by a very competent member of Murang'a County. Thank you. Honorable.
yes.
You know, I think I can't raise an issue here. As a member who represents Kigumo constituency, then the chair tells me someone has raised it elsewhere. I am in this parliament having been elected by the people of Kigumo. I'm not asking about an arbitrary matter out on the streets, and I can't be told that there's someone who was somewhere along the streets or corridors.
Let's have the point of order.
I'm sorry.
First. Yes, your point of order.
Thank you, Chair. With due respect to my good friend Munyoro, I wish to know that members who have been elected to this House, I think that their role by the Constitution is representing the people. And therefore, Honorable Betty Maina, coming from Murang'a County, elected duly. And Kigumo is one of the constituents in Murang'a County. Is duty-bound to represent the people of Murang'a. And if Honorable Betty Maina has prosecuted the matter, it is enough to my colleague to accept that Honorable Betty is duty-bound to do that work. And unless he has slept in his work, and Betty has taken over the role to help that, unless you want to demean the other office. Yes.
Yes, you can finish your sentence.
I think this is a height of disrespect by fellow members, trying to tell me that I'm raising a pertinent question affecting our people, and there is someone else who has raised the matter in a committee or when we are having tea. I think, Honorable Ruto, you do not come from Kigumo constituency. So leave Kigumo matters to the duly elected member of that constituency. When I raise a matter I'm not raising a
what's
matter
your
so
point
that
of
we
order,
debate.
Majority Leader?
I'm raising a matter so that we get
There is
answers in
another
this
point.
parliament.
There's a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, maybe I'll just ask the member for Kigumo first to just relax and calm down. Because you just relax and calm down, because every member of this assembly is elected to represent the people. You are elected in Kigumo to represent the people of Kigumo. But that does not exclude the member for Keses, who is a representative of the people in the National Assembly. The National Assembly is for members of the National Assembly representing all the people of Kenya. That is why when we legislate here, we do not legislate only for the constituents who have elected us. And therefore, the member for Keses has every right to speak for the people of Kigumo. Just like the member for Murang'a County, the Honorable Betty Maina, has every right as a woman representative for the people of Murang'a to speak for the people of Kigumo, where she hails from. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, because I know I was in that meeting with the Cabinet Secretary, the Principal Secretary, and the Honorable Betty Maina when she was pushing for the construction, the continual reconstruction of these roads in Kigumo constituency and other constituencies in Murang'a. That is why I offered that information, that despite you representing the people of Kigumo, and Honorable Munyoro, that's why I'm asking you to relax. The Honorable Betty Maina is your constituent. She votes for you. And maybe she wants to vote for you, and you will also vote for her as women rep. And so will all the other people of Kangare, all the way, the entire Kigumo. Therefore, don't belittle a leader because she's a woman leader. Women have every right. Women leaders have every right to speak for the people who also have elected them. I know where you are coming from, Honorable Munyoro, and I don't know if it has anything to do with your name, Munyoro, because you have a penchant for disrespecting women leaders. And we must protect women leaders. We must protect them. Whether they apply lipstick, whether they they have foundation on their faces.
What's your point of order?
They are beautiful ladies, but they are beautiful and they have every right to represent their people. Honorable Chair, I am on a point of order and you better relax. You will have your opportunity just to have your say, because I rose on a point of order, because I have a duty as a leader in this house to also protect other leaders. And I have to protect the member for Keses. I have to protect the Honorable Betty Maina from being belittled by those who believe that women leaders should not speak for anybody. We must protect women leaders in this country and in this house. And therefore, the Honorable Betty Maina has raised this issue. If I were the member for Kigumo, I would be very happy. Just like as member for Kikuyu, I am very happy when my women rep in Kiambu County, the Honorable Anne Wamuratha, raises issues with ministries pertaining to Kikuyu constituency. And I would invite Honorable Munyoro to speak for the people of Kikuyu at times if I am not here, or if I am too busy with other politics elsewhere, and you find a matter pertaining to Kikuyu constituency. There is nothing wrong with another member raising it. And therefore, because Honorable Munyoro, you probably were busy elsewhere, and Honorable Betty Maina did what is right. This House transacts business in plenary, as we are doing now, but you know, at least in this term you are in your fourth year, you should know and you must know that most of the business is transacted in committees. That is why you're asking for a question or a statement to be responded to by the chair of the committee. Honorable Betty Maina sits in that committee. What is wrong with her prosecuting that matter in the committee? And you should not take offense. Please, my brother, just relax. It is helping the people of Kigumo. And you must not oppose anything that is helping the people of Kigumo. You should be supporting Betty Maina to help the people of Kigumo.
Before you proceed, let me recognize our visitors before they leave. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of senior parliamentary officers from the Senate and National Assembly of the Kingdom of Lesotho, who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. Honorable members, the delegation is led by Honorable Kotso Manamolela and Ms. Lubusing Majoro, Deputy Clerks of the Senate and National Assembly of the Kingdom of Lesotho, respectively. They are here on a study to visit the Parliament of Kenya to share experiences on operations and mandate of the Parliamentary Service Commission and the Parliamentary Budget Office, among others. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to the Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay in the country. Thank you. I also wish to recognize the following schools seated in the Speaker's Gallery: Kamogoso Secondary School, Bomet Central Constituency, Bomet County; Potter's House Academy from Kapseret Constituency, Wasingishu County. Then seated in the public gallery, I'll come to you. Seated in the public gallery, we have St. Kizito Munyanja School from Bumula Constituency, Bungoma County. Then we have Mogoyuet Primary School from Narok West Constituency, Narok County. And lastly, St. Mary's Primary School from Chebalungu Constituency, Bomet County. I'll allow Honorable Wamboka to before we proceed, to quickly let's allow Honorable, we are going to get to you. Honorable Munyoro, we will get to you. Let me allow Wamboka to welcome the schools.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to welcome all our students who made it to come to see what we do here. And on behalf of the House, particularly, I want also to welcome the school from my constituency, Mayanja. It's one of the most popular schools, Honorable Speaker. Last year, they had 352 students who sat for KCSE. 192 went straight to the university. We want to congratulate the head teacher of that school and the head teachers of all the schools who are here and who are doing a good job. This is where we legislate. This is where we debate. This is where we oversight government business. And just to inform them that the Member of Parliament is one of the best debaters of this House. Thank you so much and feel welcome.
Yes, you may proceed, Honorable Munyoro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I want Honorable Ishongwa to withdraw that statement that I have in any way disrespected my colleague, because I never raised the name of Betty Maina. Secondly, these statements go to the Speaker's office. It was approved by that office. It came into this House. Unless the majority leader is telling us the Speaker's office is incompetent, what is he saying? Lastly, should I consult any colleague here before I raise any matter affecting my people in Kigumo, so that I am advised whether to raise a statement or not? I think the diatribe that Ishongwa has just, and he's used to it. He comes here and lectures us here like you are children. We are not his children. Those things should be reserved for his house.
What's your point of order, Honorable Ishongwa?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Munyoro is attempting to put words in my mouth, because he's saying, unless I am insinuating the office of the Speaker is incompetent. Just to advise Honorable Munyoro, there is a department in this House called the Department of Legislative Affairs, headed by Director Kirui. That is the one that has gone through your statement, passed to the office of the clerk for approval by the Speaker. And you have every right, as a member for Kigumo, to ask questions, to request for statements, and we are only informing you that before your statement, another member of this House had prosecuted that matter appropriately in the relevant committee, and I even offered to tell you, when the chair came in, Honorable Speaker, that the chair within 2 weeks will now give you what Betty Maina has been doing before the committee in writing in response to your statement. So I'm not saying you have no right to ask for a statement. You have every right, but I'm also duty bound as a leader in the House to inform you that there is another member of this House who has done her work diligently as a representative of the people of Kigumo, Kandara, Mathioya, as a women rep for Muranga, and there's nothing wrong with that. So just as I pleaded on Munyoro, I have no business lecturing you. I would never want to lecture you, but of course I will guide you and help you to be able to serve the people of Kigumo better without emotions and without being agitated over nothing. Please just relax and allow the committee to give you that statement in 2 weeks, and you will be happy. You will be very happy that the people of Kigumo are being served very well by this administration, and you will also be a happy man. Don't worry, Honorable Amanyoro.
Next we have a request for a statement by the Honorable Makwiny, member for Embakasi West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I pray that the majority leader will not interfere with my question by saying it has been asked by somebody else. Honorable Speaker, this is a request for a statement regarding implementation of performance-based maintenance contracts in Nairobi City County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding performance-based road maintenance contracts in Nairobi City County. Honorable Speaker, performance-based maintenance contracts were introduced in 2010 in the Ministry of Transport to ensure that roads are maintained at prescribed service levels through continuous routine and periodic maintenance, thereby enhancing road safety, improving mobility, and ensuring value for public expenditure. Despite the implementation of these contracts, the conditions of several roads in Nairobi City County continue to deteriorate, raising concerns regarding contractor performance, supervision, and accountability. Of particular concern is Moi Drive Road in Embakasi West constituency, which is in a deplorable state despite serving as a key urban road linking residential estates, businesses, schools, health facilities, and other public institutions. The road is characterized by numerous potholes, inadequate drainage that poses risk to motorists, pedestrians, and other road users. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1, a list of all roads in Nairobi City County currently under performance-based road maintenance contracts indicating the implementing road agency and the contractor for each road. 2, clarification on whether Moi Drive Road in Embakasi West constituency is covered under any performance-based road maintenance contract, and if so, details of the maintenance activities undertaken and the funds disbursed to the contractor since commencement of the contract. 3, measures being taken by the government to guarantee compliance with the contractual obligations to ensure that all roads under PBC contracts are maintained, and specifically the Moi Drive Road in Embakasi West constituency. And finally, the monitoring, inspection, and supervision mechanism employed by the Ministry of Transport to evaluate contract performance, including penalties, if any, imposed on contractors who breach contracts. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Infrastructure and Transport. Before you proceed, allow me to just recognize, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of 18 students from the following schools who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. Style Boys Center and School. 2, we have Loreto Convent Valley Road and Alliance High School. The students are in Parliament on voluntary service scheme that runs during the school holidays for a period of 1 to 2 weeks. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome the students to Parliament and wish them positive experience in their voluntary service. Thank you. You may proceed. How long will you take to respond?
Honorable Speaker, before I indicate the length of time it will take us to respond, let me remind Honorable Makwiny, that His Excellency, the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has committed billions of shillings Kenya shillings for rehabilitation of Nairobi roads, and the county government, together with the members of this assembly, are working hard to ensure that these roads, most of them in, some of them in Kirimani and other parts of the city, we are doing a good job in ensuring that these roads are rehabilitated. So Honorable Mark Mwenje, I'm sure that if you interact a bit with the county assembly and this assembly, you will get good information on what the president is doing to ensure that our roads in the city are motorable and to ensure that our people are able to use good roads. Honorable Speaker, having said that, we'll avail a more comprehensive statement in the coming weeks. Let me say 2 weeks, if not possible, Honorable Speaker, because I have quite a number of statements to respond to. We will do this after recess. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I commit.
Thank you. I also want to recognize the presence. Yes, Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ordinarily, I wouldn't respond, but once again, you can see the mischief here. The chair is telling me that I consult the county assembly on roads that are being done by the national government, that the president has discussed with the county assembly. Last time I checked, the governor of Nairobi was Sakaja. It wasn't the president who's the governor of Nairobi, but more importantly, to inform him that the roads being done under that rehabilitation program, under whatever arrangement, is separate from the roads that are supposed to be maintained by, especially by Kura in Nairobi and Kenya. This is the accountability that we need to find out from the ministry, because you've diverted funds, given them to the county to do those roads, which we have no problem, by the way. But does that mean you abandon the roads that the national government, such as the ones I've raised, such as Outer Ring Road and Juja Road and all those other roads that need to be maintained by Kura? Is the chair admitting that they've abandoned those roads simply because the president has said he's going to do other roads with the county assembly? That's what I think the chair needs to clarify on that issue. Thank you.
Chairperson, Transport and Infrastructure.
Honorable Speaker, I just want to remind Honorable Mwenje that we, as members of this assembly and members of the county assembly, we don't implement government projects. We oversight. So I just spoke about oversight and administration of those projects. Honorable Speaker, will avail a more comprehensive response that I'm sure will satisfy Honorable Mwenje. But please engage honorable members like my friend Honorable KJ. Honorable KJ is very,
Okay, what's your point
Honorable
of information?
KJ is very well connected, and he will be able to
Honorable
help
GK,
you
I think,
a bit
Majority
before
Leader
I
has
avail
a
the
point of
statement.
information.
Thank you. I think what, yes, you can inform me briefly. Don't be.
Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to inform the chair that indeed what he's saying is very true.
Yes.
That as the people's representatives, we have an oversight role. And so do members of the county assembly have an oversight role over county implemented projects. And Honorable Mwenje knows that in his constituency, there is an MCA called MCA Roro, who has been very keen in following up very many roads in Embakasi West constituency, and he's done exceptionally well, especially in the collaboration between the county government and the national government in implementation and construction of roads, particularly in Embakasi West. And the MCA Roro is a very active member of the County Assembly of Nairobi, and therefore Honorable Mwenje should also relax. He has very good MCAs.
Yes, Honorable Mwenje. Honorable Bui, maybe, or Honorable Bui, then you'll have the last word, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm getting concerned, Madam Speaker, at the trajectory that the order of business on questions and statements is taking. I have been in this house, I'm serving my third term, and what I've seen today has never happened. Madam Speaker, is it in order that when a member raises their question, then responses are given by other members purporting that other members or people even who are not in this house and who are not even authorities are the ones that are supposed to give answers. Madam Speaker, when the honorable member for Kigumo raised a matter about roads in the constituency, he was told to make reference to his women rep. Now the member for Embakasi West has raised a concern about roads in his region, and is being told to consult. The chairman talked about him consulting a fellow member, KJ, and the majority leader is saying that he consults an MCA from his region. Madam Speaker, what trajectory are we taking as a house? Can we agree, Madam Speaker, that when a member gives a question, the question is going to be responded to by the cabinet secretary through the chair of the committee, and that no other member should start purporting to have the ability to give answers about the questions that members are asking? Otherwise, I'll be told that somebody in an MCA in Kathiani will respond to me about the Kaani Road, which I asked about just the other week. So, Madam Speaker, I think you need to rule on this matter so that we stop this kind of gerrymandering and campaigning, Madam Speaker, obviously, for MCAs who want to vie against some of our colleagues.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, you know I have tremendous respect for the member for Kathiani and the deputy leader of the minority. But the Honorable Robert Mbui is imputing very improper motives on the person of the leader of majority. Because I have neither campaigned for anyone, but I am duty bound, Honorable Mbui, and you know you're also duty bound as a leader in this house, to guide the house. And all I did with the member for Kigumo was to guide him that that matter had already been prosecuted. In fact, if I were the member for Kigumo, I would have asked the chair of the transport committee if the matter has already been before his committee brought by the member for Murang'a County. Why wait for 2 weeks? The chair should have been able to bring that report even on Tuesday. That is what I expected the member for Kigumo probably to raise. But now he deviated to fights between him and the member for Murang'a County. My good brother, the member for Embakasi West, knows I am his good friend. Very good friend. And he knows MCA Roro is also our good friend, me and him. And he knows the work that MCA Roro has been saying. I have not said anything to campaign for MCA Roro. I don't even know. In fact, to the best of my knowledge, I know MCA Roro wanted to run for Senate, Nairobi. And therefore, Honorable Mbui, when I stand in my position as a leader in this house to set the record straight, I am doing it in the best interest of the people of Kenya. Just like when you stood in your place during the finance bill debate to say untruths and things that were not correct of the finance bill, I stood in my place to correct you, just like when your party leader, the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, lied to Kenyans that there was a tax on land, converting all freehold land to leasehold. I stood in my place here to set the record straight. I am duty bound to tell the people of Kenya the truth. I cannot dwell on lies and propaganda like some people do all the time. And in fact, Honorable Speaker, I would just want to make peace with my brother, Robert Mbui, to tell him, please bear with me because I will continue to set the record straight all the time. I am not averse to the truth, so please allow us, and also as a leader in this house, Honorable Mbui, you should allow members to debate. Don't curtail debate because it does not favor you.
Okay,
allow debate. This is a house of debate. This is not a church or a military barrack where people take orders from anyone.
Honorable Mbui, and let's close this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'm only rising because the majority leader has invited me. And Madam Speaker, I'm happy because he has invited me to also set the record straight on the matter that I raised on the finance bill, Madam Speaker, that there was an attempt to actually, Madam Speaker, increase taxation on mitumba. Now, Madam Speaker, mitumba may not be written as mitumba in the order paper and in the bill, but the minute you see used garments, those are the ones that we call mitumba, and they were in the bill, and the majority leader knows, and they actually dropped them because they were supposed to be moved from one VAT level to another, and they were removed. So, Madam Speaker, he has invited me to set the record straight. I also like the truth. And so, therefore, Madam Speaker, let us put that debate to rest. But it is good that he has raised it so that I can be able to respond to it. And, Madam Speaker, it was actually amended when we went on the committee of the whole House. And, Madam Speaker, I must say this, that before we came to committee of the whole House, we had a meeting with the Speaker and agreed on how to conduct ourselves. That is the reason why I didn't even raise on that matter on that day. So for him to invite us to go back to that debate, then we may need to reopen the third reading of that committee, and then we bring that report, and I will show him where it is, and I will show him that they actually dropped it. So when he says there are no used garments in the finance bill, that's a lie, Madam Speaker. Sorry.
Yes, and let that be the end, because now we've completely deviated.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 91 on statement of fact. And I'm glad my brother Robert, the member for Kathiani, says I invited him to this. In fact, I was doing it deliberately. I was inviting you. And now I invite you, Honorable Speaker, I want to invite the member for Kathiani, understanding order number 91, because he has averred that, in fact, there was tax on Mutumba. Because to the best of the knowledge of this House, and all Kenyans who can read and interpret what was in the finance bill and what we passed in the finance bill, Honorable Speaker,
Majority Leader, I think now
I want, Honorable Speaker, that you direct the member for Kathiani to table before the House the tax proposal that sought to increase tax on Mutumba in the finance bill. Because we said it here, the chair of the Finance Committee demonstrated that what was being done on Mutumba was actually to remove Mutumba from standard rate of 16% to 0. How is that increasing if that is not decreasing? You are removing from standard, which is 16%, to 0 rate. And that particular proposal was considered by the committee. They made a decision that was before this House, Honorable Robert Mbui. Therefore, I want Honorable Mbui to be ordered, Honorable Speaker, to produce a copy of that tax in the finance bill, what the House passed, what was in the committee's report, which he clearly had not read, because those are public documents that any Kenyan can come to.
Okay, honorable members, we think we can, a point has been made. I think I'll close this debate. Okay, Honorable Bui, just respond then by...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And by the way, Madam Speaker, I said I was actually invited by the majority leader. Even now, he has invited me to clarify. Now, Section 31. Yes, exactly, that is what I'm going to do, because we are moving it from one tax bracket to another, from 0 rated from exempt to one of the other. Not from standard, to be 0 rated, from exempt. And it is on class. I just want to point out where it is. I want to point out where it is for him. It is clause 31, and it is one of those changes. The changes is on paragraph 169, which talks about worn clothing and other worn articles of tariff heading 6309 other than upon importation. So, Madam Speaker, yes, Mutumba was in the finance bill. And it is good that it was in the finance bill. And Madam Speaker, I will also clarify that it was dropped in the House on committee of the whole House. It was dropped. This proposal was dropped. And he can clarify it was actually dropped. So, okay. Madam, when he says that I was lying, that was not mentioned, he was lying. He's lying to the country.
You've made your statement. I think that is sufficient. We shall close the report. Let's close that statement. Honorable members, before we proceed, allow me to I'm getting to you. I just want to recognize the students that are here. Honorable members, I wish to welcome the students from Kidegi Senior School from Manyata constituency, Embu County, and Kaliati Senior School from Tigania West constituency, Meru County, who are seated in the speaker's gallery. And seated in the public gallery is Tulwamoy Primary School from Eldama Ravine constituency, Baringo County, and Pendo Primary School from Lurambi constituency, Kakamega County, and Karigini School from Mara constituency, Tharakanithi County, and also St. Francisco Amani School from Chesumei, Nandi County. And I'll allow Honorable Mutunga, member for Tigania West, to welcome the students on our behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to welcome Kaliati Day Senior School and the other schools and the students who have visited us today, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Kaliati Day Senior School is one of the best performing schools in the constituency. Thanks to the teachers and also the parents for making it possible for them to come and witness what happens in this house, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, their progressive performance has enabled improvement in the mean of the constituency, Honorable Speaker. So to the students, this is where we make the laws of this country. This is where we debate issues and agree on what needs to be done. And this is where policies are also passed as sessional papers. I would like to welcome you to take interest in being a member of parliament one day, in representing Tigania West. All you need to do is work hard, read many books, and take interest in politics. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The transport and infrastructure, yes, yes. No,
My school.
Let him be responded to. I want an undertaking from the transport and infrastructure. Sorry? Okay, you may proceed to welcome the school.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Tulwamoy Primary School, who comes from my neighborhood and home where I come from. Madam Speaker, I want to encourage them that they take interest in what is going on in Kenya, and today they have come to the center of it. And as they go back home, we want to wish them a good journey, and may they work hard and also think about coming into this house to lead other Kenyans and lead our constituency, Eldama Ravine, to greater heights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. What just happened? Who is clapping? I think Honorable Musa Sirma, they are used to clapping for you in the village, not in parliament. Kindly alert your students next time that we do not clap in parliament. In fact, everyone is shocked. But we can see that they are very fond of you and they are very happy with your statement. So we will excuse it for today. Honorable members, the next person with a statement is Honorable Pukose, member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the disappearance of an administration police officer and the murder of a resident of Endebess constituency. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Osaya Kemei Kipketer Kaptila of ID number, which is given there, an administration police officer of personal force number 21060/2015-065202, who hails from Topo Farm in Endebess constituency, was last seen at the administration police staff lines in Naivasha on 29th April 2026. More than 3 months later, his whereabouts remain unknown. The matter was reported at Naivasha Police Station, OP number
34/25/5/2026. His family has neither received any report on the progress of the search nor any account of the circumstances surrounding his disappearance. The matter has caused distress to his family and unease among the residents of Endebe's constituency. Honorable Speaker, in a separate incident on 18 March 2026, the late Boaz Kiprop Keter was murdered at Kimodon Forest in Endebe's constituency. Following this, Ranger George Kitau Njoroge, an officer of the Kenya Wildlife Service of Mount Elgon National Park, was named as the suspect. The investigation file was forwarded to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in Kitale in April 2026, with a recommendation that the suspect be charged. The file is believed to have been recalled in May 2026 and subsequently resubmitted to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions on 18 June 2026. To date, no decision has been communicated to the family and no charges have been preferred against the suspect. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, the circumstances of the disappearance of Mr. Hosea Kemei Kipketer Kaptila on 29 April 2026 while serving at the Administration Police Staff Lines in Naivasha, and the action taken by the National Police Service on this case. 2, the status of the search, specifying the officers assigned, the area searched, and the reason why his family has not received any report on his whereabouts. And 3, the status of investigations into the murder of the late Boaz Kiprop Keter, including the movement of the file between Directorate of Criminal Investigations and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions since April 2026, and the reason for the delay. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Tongoyo. Give the chair the microphone. And note, Honorable Tongoyo, that there are very many cases of disappearances, even around the country. Give the chair the microphone.
Yeah, it's true, Madam Speaker. And as you may be aware, there was a time we had planned to have the CS Interior to appear before the committee so that we can transact on the plenary. And, but it didn't happen. And we had given him another invitation in 2 weeks' time. But on to address largely what you had just said. But on this particular one, Madam Speaker, I'm trying to look around 2 weeks because I've got a big workload.
I know you have very many statements, so 2 weeks is fine.
Yes.
What is it, Honorable Kose?
Madam Speaker, over the weekend, the father of this Hosea Keter, Mr. Andrew Nabukwesa, came to my home, and the father was crying. He's not been able to trace where his son is since that he disappeared, and he's a police officer. Now, I just want to request my brother, the chair internal security, if this could be fast-tracked even within a week, because it is causing distress to the family. Nobody is talking to the family. Nobody is addressing their issue, and this is really very serious.
Honorable Pukose,
Yeah.
you are talking on their behalf.
Yes.
And we'll give the committee a maximum of 2 weeks. If you get a preliminary report earlier, submit it to the member even before then. Chair, Defense, you have a statement?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2D, I rise to make a statement regarding the status of the Kenya United Kingdom Defense Cooperation Agreement and the step made to progress the House resolutions in the inquiry into the conduct of the British Army Training Unit, in Kenya, Batuk. Honorable Speaker, there have been grossly misleading and unfounded commentary by Honorable Rigathigachagua relating to the status of the Kenya United Kingdom Defense Cooperation Agreement, specifically relating to Batuk. For the record, Honorable Speaker, Kenya and the United Kingdom have had a long history of defense cooperation and cordial diplomatic ties. Indeed, the British have been present in Kenya. Indeed, I'll take that again. Indeed, the British have been present in Kenya since independence through bilateral security cooperation agreements aimed at mutually enhancing defense capabilities, bilateral security cooperation arrangements aimed at mutually enhancing defense capabilities and safety of citizens, tourists and investors, and the training of our respective forces, and the safety of citizens, tourists and investors, and training of our respective forces. Batuk is a permanent training support unit based mainly in Nanyuki, with a small element in Kahawa, Nairobi, and undertakes advanced training of units in peacekeeping and stabilization missions. Honorable Speaker, Batuk has been operating in Kenya under the UK Defense Cooperation Agreement, that's a DCA, that was ratified in 2016, pursuant to the provisions of Article 2 of the Constitution and Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D. In light of the 5-year term of the DCA, a new agreement was submitted to the House for ratification on 6 September 2021 by the Cabinet Secretary for Defense. However, it is noted that the term of the 12th Parliament lapsed before approval of the said DCA. Honorable Speaker, on 24th November 2022, the DCA was resubmitted to the 13th Parliament for ratification. And after conduct of public participation, my committee, the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, recommended the House approves the ratification of its agreement on condition, and that is in capital letters, that it only commences upon amendments of its Articles 65 and 23. Honorable Speaker, Article 6 of the DCA assigns jurisdiction over various matters to Kenya and the UK, including criminal jurisdiction over offenses. Offenses that do not arise in the course of official duty and are subject to the Kenyan courts and law include sexual offenses, torture, inhuman or degrading treatment, transnational organized crime, slavery, offenses against national security, and robbery. In light of the concerns raised by Kenyans and the unsatisfactory manner in which the murder of the locals, such as the case that brought the issue of Batuk into sharp focus, that of Agnes Wanjiru, has been handled, the National Assembly proposed the inclusion of murder in Article 65 as an offense triable by our courts. The proposed inclusion, Honorable Speaker, of murder in the list will reinforce accountability and legal certainty for grave crime over which locals look to our courts for effective justice. Honorable Speaker, on its part, Article 23 of the agreement requires Batuk to respect local communities, to protect vulnerable persons, to compensate for harm where liable, and engage with local communities only with Kenyans' consent and participation. The local communities in Laikipia have severally complained that they have been sidelined by Batuk, which only develops its infrastructure in its operational areas or ranches that are not fully locally owned. Since Batuk uses local infrastructure to access their operational areas, it would be fair to include meaningful CSR as a requirement in the agreement to maintain the goodwill of the host communities. It is in this backdrop that on 12 April 2023, the National Assembly approved the ratification of the DCA and subject to reservations requiring amendments to Article 65 and 23 in the manner that I have recited. In so resolving, the House sought to ensure that our long-standing partnership with the UK is renewed on the basis of equality, respect for the laws of both countries, and genuine accountability. Honorable Speaker, as far back as 12th Parliament, the National Assembly received submission on various aspects of the DCA, including by the county government of Laikipia, where Batuk is based. The county government raised serious concern and stated that since the commencement of Batuk activities in the region, Batuk had committed several atrocities against the locals and the environment. Despite the binding agreements, the public also raised concerns over the manner in which previous DCAs were negotiated, claiming that they were never consulted in the spirit of meaningful public participation as enshrined or rather envisioned in our Constitution. Additionally, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights is on record as having called for prioritization of meaningful public participation to enhance effectiveness of the DCA, incorporate the unique needs of the host communities, and deepen communities' ownership of the cooperation. Consequently, in May 2024, the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations undertook an inquiry into the operations of Batuk. Honorable Speaker, the committee investigated alleged ethical breaches, including corruption, fraud, discrimination, abuse of power, and other unethical behavior, allegations of human rights violations, including mistreatment, torture, unlawful detention, killings, and other violations of international recognized human rights standards. And Batuk's operational integrity, particularly its safety protocols, compliance with legal requirements, and adherence to establishments of military intelligence. On 4th of December 2025, the House adopted the committee's report and its 15 recommendations, categorically calling for, among others, accountability mechanisms for visiting soldiers, investigations into allegations of murder and sexual offenses, mechanisms to hold visiting soldiers accountable for child support, and extradition of Mr. Robert Pakis in connection with the murder of Ms. Agnes Wanjiru. Honorable Speaker, it's worth noting that as of today, the concerns raised by this House regarding Batuk and the conditions attached to the commencement of this year are yet to be fully addressed by the UK authorities. Myriad meetings have been held and communication exchanged on the need to prioritize the rights of Kenyans and local communities affected by Batuk operations. As a committee, we have sought to directly confer with our UK counterparts without success. From the information so far obtained from junior officers and non-parliamentary delegations that have sought to meet over the matter, the UK is yet to commit to anything in writing or the resolutions passed by this House and has consistently urged that it shall only consider the amendments after the agreement has commenced. The ratification of the DCA therefore remains in abeyance, underscoring the need for a way forward through established diplomatic channels. Honorable Speaker, Kenya values its long defense partnership with the UK since its inception. The partnership has enhanced counter-terrorism efforts interreportably and our defense capacity. Whereas the partnership is a cornerstone of the defense and security priorities of our two countries, its sustenance ought to be within the parameters that safeguard the dignity, rights, and welfare of Kenyans. Indeed, Article 2 of the Constitution vests in this House the duty to ensure that all DCAs are entered into on the basis of equality, respect for Kenyan law, and genuine accountability. This is a standard that the committee and the House have upheld and will continue to uphold in interest of the people of Nanyuki, Laikipia, and the family of the late Agnes Wanjiru, and for the sovereignty of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, to put this matter into context and understand the position taken by the House, just last week, the National Police Service submitted to the House a status update of these investigations into the historical allegations of sexual misconduct involving Batuk personnel, including claims of gang rape, sexual assault, and abandonment of children allegedly fathered by foreign soldiers within the affected communities in Laikipia, Isiolo, Meru, and Samburu counties. The report makes for very sad reading. Out of the many violations, Honorable Speaker, claimed to have occurred over the years of the people, on the people that were represented, including some who have died before attaining justice, the National Police Service reports that it is currently investigating 1 case of defilement, 20 cases of rape, and 37 cases of gang rape by members of the visiting forces. The rights of our citizens cannot be taken for granted under the watch of this House. Honorable Speaker, Section 8 of the Treaty Making Ratification Act, Cap 4D, requires that National Assembly considers and approves all treaties proposed to bind the country. Section 8(9) expressly states that National Assembly shall not approve the ratification of a treaty or part of it if its provisions are contrary to the Constitution, nor shall the House approve a reservation to a treaty or part of it if that reservation negates any of the provisions of the Constitution, even if the reservation is permitted under the relevant treaty. The position of the National Assembly, therefore, Honorable Speaker, remains that DCA cannot be used to sanitize the commission of grave criminal offenses or lack of community engagement by visiting forces. Any murder committed by a foreign soldier on Kenyan soil cannot be considered as something arising from official duty. Additionally, visiting forces must respect and must be sensitive to the traditions, customs, and the culture of the local communities of the places they are deployed. This is borne out in the most recent DCAs that have been considered by the House, where similar reservations have been made and agreed upon by other countries. Honorable Speaker, in light of the status I have provided, I doubt any member will be misguided to seek revision of the resolutions of the House on the DCA or Batuk. In the event that they are misguided to do so, the standing orders requires them to formally move to the House to reconsider its decision. On our part, Honorable Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations remain a steadfast agent of the House as we continue to press for the implementation of resolutions of the House. I urge all of us to refrain from any irresponsible and uninformed commentaries on the matters that allows diplomatic machinery of the public to address the matter within the UK counterparts. Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, allow me to say this, that I really want to urge members of the opposition, particularly Honorable Rigathigachagua, to desist from making statements that will otherwise have been addressed by our diplomatic missions. There are statements that he can make in the village. There are statements, you know, and continued use of statements that sometimes even refer to Parliament, and insinuating that the United Kingdom is a corrupt country, that it even attempted to bribe myself and my committee. And you being a member of my committee, Honorable Speaker, you are aware that it took us almost 1 year to come out with a proper report on our DCA between Kenya and the UK. We painstakingly stayed in Samburu and Laikipia counties, and we did this report in a space of 1 year. This report is a well-thought report. It is a report that we cautiously looked at every item of the Constitution. We have tried as much as possible to reach out to our counterparts in the House of Commons in the UK. I have personally spoken to the Chairman of Defense of the United Kingdom in Parliament, but we have never been able to resolve this issue. It is such regrettable to have the person who I will assume, I will forgive any other person, but not Rigathigachagua, who was a member of this House. He ought to have understood the legislative process, treaty-making process. Obviously, he seems not to have understood what we are doing in Parliament for the last 5 years when he was a member in this House. I want to urge Honorable Gachagua that please do your politics in Wamunyoro, but keep off the issues that touch on our military, Kenya military, and the UK military. These are extremely sensitive issues that are way beyond your pay grade. So please just shut up and allow my committee to do its work. What you are telling the people in Manyora is that we as a committee should have just kept quiet when the children of Laikipia are being raped, that we should have just kept quiet when Agnes Wanjiru has been murdered, that we should not have made a comment as parliament, and we should have been toothless when atrocities are happening in Laikipia and Samburu counties. People have lost their lives. People have been maimed by unattended ordnance that are left during training by the British Army military. People have been killed by attempting to enter into the barracks, the military barracks in Nyanyuki. So I want to urge every responsible Kenyan that as a committee we've done our work, and please desist from making any statements that will otherwise contravene what as a House we have approved. Honorable Speaker, I thank you, and that is my statement.
Chairperson, being my committee, that's why I've indulged you, but you know, understanding Order 44.2D, you should read the statement as it is, but I've actually indulged you to speak outside the statement. But, and I know this is a topical issue, honorable members. We'll have a few comments on it, but in the meantime, allow me first of all to recognize in the speakers gallery, learners and teachers from Golden Elite School, Kisumu Central, Kisumu County, and in the public gallery this afternoon, we have Mudhwani School from Makwiny County. We have Our Lady Queen of Mercy, Kajiado East, Kajiado County. We have Titus Ngoyoni School from Laisamis, Marsabit. We have Laboso Vision School from Kipkelion West, Kericho County. And we have Adjutant Academy from Bomet Central, Bomet County. Join members and the whole House to welcome you to the proceedings of the House. Honorable members, I'll give the first shot to the Majority Leader on this Batuk statement.
Honorable Speaker, allow me first to thank the Chair of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee, which, Honorable Speaker, you're also a member of the committee, first for setting the record straight. Because, Honorable Speaker, you are accused, you together with other members of the committee, that you are demanding 3 billion shillings. But fortunately, because you hail from another community, not the Kalenjin nation, you are not mentioned. And the person who was mentioned by the Honorable rigathigachagua was the Honorable Nelson Koech, purposely and deliberately, to do what he has now perfected in ethnic profiling of the people from the Kalenjin nation. It is the same attempt you saw yesterday, Honorable Speaker, when he tried to profile ethnically officers commanding police stations in Nairobi. And I'm happy because the Chair is tabling that report or that list that is indicating that out of 65 officers serving police stations in Nairobi County, only 16 hail from the Kalenjin sub-tribes, and 17 hail from the Mount Kenya communities, Kikuyus, Merus, Embus. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, you can see what this person is attempting to do with the social fabric of our nation. To poison the people on ethnic basis, Honorable Speaker, and I think the people of Kenya now know him better. And I am glad last night I saw the Honorable Munya vindicate this assembly for having impeached the former deputy president. And Munya actually indicated that he is indeed a bully. He is now bullying them in the opposition.
Member Fondia, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I have had my majority leader mention Honorable Gachagua, and I'm seated here with Honorable Gachagua, and he's complaining that he has nothing to do with such utterances. Please clarify.
I think Honorable GK, the member you're seated next to would have protested. He knows it is not him. But
Honorable Speaker, it is good to note that that name now should not be used in this parliament as Honorable Gachagua. He is Rigathi, not Gachagua, Honorable Gachagua. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
My apologies, Honorable Speaker. I in no way wanted to refer to the member for Daragwa. The good Honorable Gachagua, Gachagua the good one. I meant the former deputy president, the quarter-term deputy president, and one-term member of parliament for Madeira, Mr. Rigathi. And I was saying, Honorable Speaker, Mr. Rigathi purported that members of this House under Honorable Nelson Koech were demanding 3 billion shillings from the government of the UK to ratify this agreement. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, in a very profound manner, to thank our former Speaker, the immediate former Speaker, the Honorable J.B. Muturi. Because the Honorable J.B. Muturi, despite him being in the opposition, stood for the truth. And he stood out to set the record straight. And he spoke for the people of Mount Kenya and the people of Laikipia. And averred, just as the committee has illustrated today, that the committee and this House declined to approve the DCA as it were, without reservations, for very good reasons. And I would want Rigathi to tell the people of Laikipia whom he purports to speak for, as much as he speaks for nobody. How right is it that the family of the late Agnes Wanjiru continues to suffer and seek for justice, and they cannot find it, Honorable Speaker, because the UK government has refused to ratify the reservations that this House, under the able leadership of members of the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations, put. And those reservations, Honorable Speaker, you know, because you're a member of that committee, together with our Deputy Minority Whip, you know they are well-deserved reservations. Murder was excluded. The committee brought in the offense of murder. Honorable Speaker, when this report, when the DCA came in 2021, September of 2021, Rigathi was serving his first term as Member of Parliament for Madeira. He was seated in this House. And he spoke in this House, Honorable Speaker, in one of the rare occasions he spoke. He said that the House must protect local communities. That is what the House did. We sought to protect local communities. Those members who come from Laikipia will tell you there are people who have been maimed by landmines left in the ground by these forces as they train in the jungles. And pastoralists, as they graze the animals, either the animals or individuals are blown away by landmines. Those are some of the issues that were raised. Honorable Speaker, I have had, not since I became leader of majority, I have had at least 2 engagements with the High Commissioner of the UK in my office here. And in no uncertain terms, I have told the High Commissioner the reservations that were raised by the House must be addressed by the UK government. And they must be addressed without exception. Agnes Wanjiru must get her right posthumously. The committee sought that if there are violations of human rights, the people must be compensated. The Kenya Human Rights Commission submitted before the committee that there are indeed grave human rights violations against the people of Laikipia and neighboring counties by the British forces. And they must be held to account. What problem does Rigathi have with the people of Mount Kenya being protected from our former colonial masters? We are no longer a slave of the UK kingdom. We are not. Kenya is not a colony. And the people of Laikipia, the people of Samburu, must not continue to live as if Kenya or the area they come from is part of the British protectorate, the former British protectorate. We are a sovereign nation and we are elected by members of the public to speak and represent them. And that is what the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations has sought to do, and by extension, this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, fast forward, last week, as the chair has averred in his statement, the National Police Service has given us an update of the grave violations that have been committed against the people in Laikipia by these forces. And indeed, they are talking about a case now that they are now currently investigating, one case of defilement. I want rigathigachagua to again look at the people of Laikipia and tell them that it is okay for our young children to be defiled by foreign soldiers. I want Rigathigachagua to tell those 20 people whose cases of rape are being investigated that it is okay for the women in Laikipia to be raped. The 37 cases of gang rape, grievous criminal acts. Rigathi should tell the people of Laikipia that it is okay for women in Laikipia and young girls to be gang raped, and this house should just approve and rubber stamp that DCA. I want to reinstate, Honorable Speaker, what we have told the UK government, that we shall never in the National Assembly of Kenya ratify anything that will violate the rights of Kenyans. We are here to represent people, not animals. Honorable Speaker, what Rigathi said deserves to be dismissed with the contempt it deserves. But if we remain quiet, Honorable Speaker, his perpetual lies tends to look like the truth. And that is why I must thank the chair of this committee for setting the record straight, and that is why even yesterday, when he sought to perpetuate other untruths, I requested the chair of the National Security Committee to also table a list, and I'm sure he's going to table it. He had shown me that list, to show that we have a dangerous person in this country who wants to destroy the social fabric of our nation, who wants to see bloodshed in our country, and who will say anything and everything that will destroy our nation. We have a duty, despite our various political opinions, to protect life as leaders. And indeed, I want to take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to plead with all of us. In the run-up to the elections, whatever we say, let us say what unites, not what will pit one community against the other. I know Rigathi because I worked with him. And I have kept saying, I have absolutely no regret to have voted to impeach Rigathigachagua, because he remains an existential threat to this country, its unity, and the peace of our peace-loving citizens. Honorable Speaker, as leaders, let us be cautious of what we say. I was asking Honorable Speaker what the member for Mukurweini said in Kieni the other day. Just extrapolate that and move Honorable Kagushia from what he said and assume that had been said by Oscar Sudi in Kapsaret. What will we be saying today? We must be cautious of what we say as leaders. Because you tell people to go for others under their beds, and they will literally do it. Because they think what you are telling them is the right thing. And we must continue to condemn these utterances, even when they come from our colleagues. And I will say, even if a member of UDA or ODM in the broad-based government says what is unpalatable and what is bound to lead to bloodshed, I will condemn it. I will condemn it. I hear the member for Embakasi West asking me Duale. And I was away out of the country, Honorable Speaker, when Duale used what he described as figurative language. And we are very quick to condemn what has been said. And the following day, Rigathigachagua stands in public and says, kill nyoka na mayai yake. And it is okay when he says, I was only using figurative language. If figurative language is right for Rigathi, it must be right for Duale. If figurative language is wrong for Duale, it must be wrong for Kagushia, it must be wrong for Rigathigachagua, it must be wrong for Kimani Ichung'wah. If we are using figurative language, let us not use figurative language that can be misinterpreted. That when you say nyoka na mayai yake, you are saying people to be killed. Honorable Speaker, let me end it there, but thank the Defense and Foreign Relations for being true patriots, and members of this House for being true patriots, staying true to our calling to represent the people and defend them in line with our constitution. And I thank the chair of this committee and the Foreign Relations Committee because they have said they shall not approve the ratification of a treaty or part of its provisions that are contrary to our constitution, nor shall the House approve a reservation to a treaty or part of it if that reservation negates any provision of the constitution, even if the preservation is permitted under the relevant treaty. Therefore, what the reservations that were sought to be included, to include crimes that were not covered, that it is not okay for a British soldier to rape, to kill, and get away with it because they'll be protected under the treaty. You did the right thing, and do not be intimidated by those ethnic bigots who want to intimidate you, Honorable Koech. Don't allow them to profile you on the basis of your ethnicity, because he was very deliberate to target Honorable Nelson Koech because of where he comes from. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Honorable members, there cannot be a point of order at this point. Honorable members, I know this is an emotive issue. I have given Majority Leader quite some time, but honorable members note that we are still on statements at 4 p.m., so we will limit our time as we move ahead. And I say that because I've been a part of this process with the chairperson and the Defense Intelligence Committee. The report that we submitted is public. It is in this House. So is this statement that has very well enumerated the issues that were in that report and given the background of how far and why we took the decision that we took, and it is for a good cause. Honorable members, before I give the next speaker, allow me to recognize in the speakers gallery learners and teachers from Bambino Academy, Kilifi South, Kilifi County. They are seated up there. Then in the public gallery, we have ACK Emmanuel School from Bere North, Embu County. They are welcome to observe the proceedings of the House. I will now give the member for Laikipia, Honorable Jane Kagiri, because I know the committee visited that area. The leaders came out and gave their views. The public came. Human rights, we have spoken to almost every stakeholder. So I will give you as a local leader to give your input, and I'll give you 3 minutes. Kindly keep it short.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this discussion. Honorable Speaker, I'll start by thanking the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee for a job that was well done. Honorable Speaker, I've always heard that this house is a house of records, but I want to appreciate that when you came to Laikipia County, you listened to the people, took down their complaints, and when it came to presenting the report, you did it very well in this House. Honorable Speaker, that said, it actually makes me very concerned and very worried when I hear a past leader in this country speak of people having asked for bribes for them to renew the contract and the agreement, whereas, Honorable Speaker, we are speaking about a life of Agnes Wanjiru, a life that Laikipians keep demanding that the guilty must be convicted and charged, yet 14 years later, the killer still walks free in the streets of UK, untouched and undone nothing. Honorable Speaker, when I was sworn in this House, I was sworn in to protect and represent the people of Laikipia County. Laikipia County is not a county of a lesser god. When it comes to discussing death in this country, the death in Laikipia County it's not a case that is to be discussed. In fact, it is trivialized to an issue of bribes and money that should be collected or not collected. Honorable Speaker, I'll give an example. In the year 2025 in May, there is a judge by the name Justice Lucy Mugambe, who was convicted in the UK because she had been exploiting a lady as a slave in her house. Honorable Speaker, she was charged and convicted and imprisoned for 6 years. Honorable Speaker, we can't say one way Africans are treated differently and another way when it comes to the white people, we treat them differently. Honorable Speaker, my statement here is we stand and we stop at anybody who commits a crime in Kenya must be convicted in Kenya, tried in Kenya, and justice must be delivered in this country. Honorable Speaker, this conversation leads me to asking myself, for very many years, Laikipians have been killed by cattle rustlers, they've been attacked, and nobody spoke about it. Today, Honorable Speaker, when I hear people speak of how much they love the people of Laikipia County, I am forced to wonder, is it the love that they've discovered Laikipians are there today? Were they not there when Agnes Wanjiru was murdered to know that they should have spoken about her death? Honorable Speaker, it is Laikipia's time to be respected, treated equally and treated as a part of this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Member for Tetu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have listened to the chair, and I indeed support the report on its merit, that as a country we have to do everything that it takes to safeguard our territorial integrity, the rights of our people. But, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this motion is taking a third turn, or a very unnecessary and irrelevant turn. And Honorable Speaker, whether one agrees with Honorable Gachagua or not, for me is completely irrelevant to the question before the House. The issue that the chair is raising is whether the agreement adequately safeguards Kenya's sovereignty, whether it ensures justice for victims, whether it protects the interests of communities, and whether it protects the livelihoods of those people in Laikipia, who, by the way, a lot of them have lost jobs and contracts, and everything has to be weighed. Madam Speaker, in this House, I wish to raise a concern. The Honorable Gachagua is becoming almost like a motion, because even if we are debating water, the person debating issues to do with water somehow goes around everything. And instead of dealing with the issues affecting water in this country, starts blaming Honorable Gachagua maybe for water shortage somewhere in Eldoret. When there's a power outage, the person, instead of addressing power outage issues and how we can improve efficiency of power, goes around a debate and finds Honorable Gachagua in this. Now, what I would like to tell this House, and you are doing a good job, because me, I'm a follower of Honorable Gachagua. We are just amplifying him and improving his national importance. Let us debate issues. Honorable Gachagua is on record being a truthful man. And you know, in the past, Madam Speaker, if you can add me half a second, you know, they say if Honorable Gachagua, they say if Honorable Gachagua tells you,
there is a point of order. Honorable GK.
Honorable Speaker, my good friend Tetu MP keeps reminding us that he's a follower of Honorable Gachagua, the former Deputy President. But we also hear many of us followers of Dr. William Ruto, and you keep mentioning him in your meetings and your rallies. Is it proper to state that it's unfair to keep mentioning your leader, and it's unfair to us when you keep mentioning our leader? So please be balanced, and if you are uncomfortable with us mentioning your leader,
you have made your point,
also,
Honorable GK.
Balance out.
You've made your point. Your time is almost up, member for Tetu.
Speaker, I think what GK is raising is very important. GK is saying the right thing. If you can protect me just a bit, I finish.
Hold on.
Honorable Speaker, you know the Honorable member for Tetu, Honorable Anderto, who is a member of my church, is misleading the nation. That we are here discussing rigathigachagua. We have no time to discuss rigathigachagua. What we are doing as a House is setting the record straight on the untruths and the lies perpetuated by the Honorable rigathigachagua. And the fact that is being mentioned because he's the one who averred out there that the Honorable Nelson Koech was demanding 3 billion shillings from a foreign government to ratify this year agreement that is not even ratified by the Honorable Nelson Koech. It is this House. And it is okay, Honorable Tetu, member for Tetu, to follow that man. But I would advise you, please follow the people of Tetu by working for them. Don't work for one person. Stop hiding behind people and parties to seek re-election. Deliver to the people of Tetu. Rigathigachagua will not get you re-elected if you don't work for the people of Tetu. Work for the people of Tetu.
You've made your point. Member for Tetu, you have 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, let me finish. And I was agreeing with GK. that actually it is completely unnecessary for us to drag any of the leaders into this, because this house is a house of debate. Now, mentioning whichever leader, that is something we do in political areas, and it is very and is correct. So all I was saying is that here, let us focus on the substantive issues. We are losing focus as a house. Rigathigachagua, we are amplifying him here every day. Instead of us focusing on how we move, then...
Very well. Member for Lamu East, I see you high on this. Are you not on this? Very well. Honorable Benzimba, you'll be the last one on this.
Asante sana, Madam Speaker, kunipa nafasi na mimi niweze kupenyeza sauti yangu. Kwanza niwapongeze kamati ya ulinzi kwa kusimama kidete kuleta heshima katika taifa hili, kwamba watu wasitumie urafiki ama uwezo wa taifa lao kuja kutukosea heshima ama kutufuata katiba katika taifa. Kwa hivyo lazima mimi nakubaliana na wao 100% kwamba tumesimama kidete kulinda heshima na haki ya Wakenya. Lazima wakiwa wako hapa wafuate kanuni na sheria za taifa hili kama vile tunavyokwenda kwao. Tukienda kwao ukikosea kidogo hawasemi kwamba wewe ni Mkenya ukashtakiwe Kenya wala ufuatiliziwe kule, wanakushtakia pale pale. Kwa hivyo mimi nawakubalia na nawaheshimu sana, na sote tuko pamoja katika hiyo maamuzi ambayo mmefanya. Kuhusu watu wanaotoa uvumi kwenye mikutano ama mitandao, mimi nawaambia kitu kimoja. Tunaweza kuwa tofauti ya kisiasa, tunaweza tofautiana kisiasa, lakini taifa ni moja. Hakuna Kenya ingine. Sisi wazee wetu wametuachia Kenya hali ilivyo sasa ya utulivu na amani, mpaka sasa tumekaa hapa. Na sisi pia tuna jukumu la kuhakikisha kwamba tunaleta amani. Wale watoto wetu na wajukuu zetu tuachie taifa ambalo liko na usalama na amani. Kwa hivyo mimi nakemea wote wanaotumia lugha mbaya chafu ambayo inaweza kuchochea machafuko ya taifa hili. Hatuna mahali pa kwenda. Majirani zetu Somalia hatuwezi kwenda, kuna matatizo. Hapa juu ukienda Ethiopia kuna shida. Ukienda hapa Southern Sudan balaa. Ukienda Tanzania hawezi kuturuhusu kuingia kwa sababu juzi tuliwatukana. Hawatakubali wa Kenya wende huko. Sasa tutaenda wapi? Isipokuwa taifa letu ni moja, tushikane kama wa Kenya licha kuwa tuna tofauti ya kitaifa ya kisiasa. Asante sana Madam Speaker.
Asante sana. Tutalifungia hilo hapo. Hapana, Honorable Rueda, nilikupa nafasi ukasema sio hilo. Just allow me, honorable members, like I directed, that we close that at that point and we go to the responses because there is still a lot of business ahead of us. Before the responses, we do the usual majority leader response.
Usual statement.
It's usual statement.
On behalf of the House Business Committee, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2A, Honorable Speaker, I rise to give the following statement. That with regard to business scheduled for next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at various stages, some of which are listed in today's order paper, should they not be concluded today. A is the second reading of the following bills: the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2024, and 2, the County Assembly Services Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 34 of 2023. B is Committee of the Whole House on the Public Participation Bill of 2025, 2, the Plant Protection Bill of 2025, and the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 51 of 2024. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will be undertaken on the following motions, should they not also be concluded in the course of business today. 1, report on the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the energy sector. 2, the third report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions. 3, the 7th report on the audited financial statements for various funds. 4 is the 9th report on the audited financial statements for various state corporations. 5 is the 5th report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions. 6 is consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2026 on the national petroleum policy. And, sorry, Honorable Speaker, I'll take that again. Is consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2026 on the national energy policy. 7 is consideration of sessional paper number 4 of 2026 on the national petroleum policy. And 8, interim report on the inquiry into the importation of raw sugar by Mombasa Sugar Refinery Limited. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the House Business Committee shall reconvene again on Tuesday, 11th August 2026, to schedule business for the remainder of that week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, before the next statement, as we had said earlier, there are very many learners visiting Parliament. Allow me to recognize Eldoret GK High School from Moiben, Uasin Gishu in the Speaker's Gallery. And in the public gallery, we have Kapkolei School from Nandi South, Nandi County. And we have Mulukusi School, Bere South, Embu County. And finally, Kienganguru School from Mara constituency, Tharaka-Nithi County. We welcome them to observe the proceedings of the House. What is out of order, Mwenje?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 42A5. Honorable Speaker, allow me to just read it. The Leader of Majority Party shall inform the House of the date, time, and order in which the Cabinet Secretaries shall appear to reply to questions and provide reports to the House and committees subject to paragraph 6. Now, Honorable Speaker, the reason why I'm raising this after the Majority Leader has read his Thursday statement, because he sets the agenda, and I want to bring it to his attention that for two sessions now, when we are doing the budget cycle and now, so it's almost 2 months, that no Cabinet Secretary has appeared in this House, Honorable Speaker. These Cabinet Secretaries have a lot to answer. And Honorable Speaker, I want to bring it to the attention of the Majority Leader that you've allowed the Senate to take our role. I can inform him that the CS Lands was there. We saw Mbadi there the other day. Chirchir was there. Why is it? Is the Majority Leader protecting these Cabinet Secretaries from answering the very questions which include issues to do with criminality and goonism? We need Murkomen here. We need to understand why SHA, I think SHA is not working because Duale sees it is treating hyenas. That's why there's a problem. And so many other Cabinet Secretaries. So the Majority Leader must be called to answer why he is not allowing the House to conduct its oversight role to these Cabinet Secretaries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You have made your point, and on this, Honorable Mwenje, I agree with you that the CSAs have taken quite some time. I know, like the issue of the disappearing children, the issue of hijackings that were to be discussed are still pending. If you hear what Honorable Tongo has said, the CS has still not been able to not only come to the floor, but even sit with the committee. So maybe you can give a way forward, because it should have been in your statement.
Honorable Speaker, it is true that during the budget cycle, understandably, we did not have the luxury of time on the usual Wednesday afternoons to be able to get Cabinet Secretaries here. But also, Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary was scheduled to appear before the House, because again, Honorable Mwenje knows it is not the Majority Leader who asks the Cabinet Secretaries to appear. It is members who ask questions. And I do not remember the Honorable Mwenje requesting for any question that requires any Cabinet Secretary. I was actually very keenly listening to him to hear if maybe when I was away, he may have requested for a question that needed to be answered by any particular Cabinet Secretary. He has not tabled any question. So I cannot just wake up one day and ask the Honorable Duale, or the Honorable Murkomen, or the Honorable CS for Lands, Alice Wahome, to appear before the House and answer what, if you have not asked the question. But for the members who have filed their questions, the week after next week, we have scheduled that there will be Cabinet Secretaries at least who will be coming to answer the questions that are already filed. So I would want to advise you, Honorable Mwenje, if you have any question, please file with the table office, and we will cause any Cabinet Secretary, including the Prime Cabinet Secretary, to appear before the House. The last one who sent an apology was the Prime Cabinet Secretary because he was out of the country. Senate is just, they don't have a lot of work like us.
That is also true, Majority Leader, in terms of the filed questions. But if I remember last week, it was also raised at some point of pending questions. So I think maybe it's good to go through it so that we cause, yes, the ones that are filed, definitely. Not on the newspapers and not in the rally. They have to be in this house. KJ?
Madam Speaker, I want to agree with the Honorable Mark Mwenje and also take into cognizance what the Leader of Majority is saying. However, Madam Speaker, we are the people who are in control of this House, up to and including our standing orders. So, Madam Speaker, the suggestion I would have is that as we are proposing standing orders for the next Parliament, we'll have to make it so clear what manner of invites have to be made to Parliament, and especially about the roles, because we are finding instances where Senate is inviting members of the executive for roles that are not Senate roles. They are not devolved. They have nothing to do with devolved governments, so that we also retain the time for our ministers and our officials in government to be able to be in office to serve the country and deliver on their mandate, not to have them in the corridors of Parliament for entire weeks, jumping from one committee to another, so that then the roles of Senate will be clearly defined and their engagements with the executive will be clearly defined, and we shall also define what we need to do in Parliament for the people that ask questions to the executive. Madam Speaker, I think there is a role for us, even as we are reviewing our standing orders for the next Parliament, to get this right, because even the appearance of ministers has been a trial. We all know that this was not happening. This is the first House to attempt it. We have gotten our lessons. Let us put them now in law in our standing orders.
You have made your point, Honorable KJ, and just to inform the House, the amendments and proposal to amend the standing orders to serve 14th Parliament is already underway. The Rules and Procedure Committee, you can write to the clerk, you can write to the Speaker, and it shall be debated and be considered for amendment. So let us not just complain that Senate is taking this and taking that, yet we have the control and we can do something about it. So the season is already here. Honorable members, let us go to the response of statements. We'll start with the administration. I know Honorable Tongoyo has gotten something urgent and has left, so this will be deferred. The one by David Mboni will be deferred to next Tuesday. The response by Honorable Mutunga, Agriculture Committee, are you ready for Honorable Lilian Sioi's question? Yes, you are. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to respond again to the statement by Honorable, the request for statement by Honorable Lilian Sioi concerning the shortage of fertilizer in Trans Nzoia County. Honorable Speaker, she wanted to know the causes of the ongoing shortage that time to top-dressing fertilizer at National Cereals and Produce Board depots in Trans Nzoia County. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry maintains that there was no national fertilizer shortage, stating that adequate stocks had been procured through framework contracts with multiple suppliers. And also, they say that the fertilizer redemption in Trans Nzoia increased during the 2026 long rains compared to 2025, and they have given figures that in 2026, 571,186 bags, 50-kilogram bags of fertilizer were redeemed as compared to 544,408 bags in 2025. They also indicate that, he also indicates that the planting fertilizer increased from 267,707 50-kilogram bags to 311,110 bags. And top-dressing fertilizer declined slightly from 276,701 to 260,076 bags. And they have given the reasons, Honorable Speaker, one of them being early onset of rains, accelerated demand for top-dressing fertilizer. Also, the deliveries were scheduled later than the action demand period, transport disruptions, higher fuel costs, especially for the last mile distribution, higher than anticipated demand in Trans Nzoia that particular period, and international shipping delays due to vessel rerouting through South Africa. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, that the Honorable Member pursued was to the Minister to clarify the immediate measures that are being undertaken to ensure adequate and timely supply of fertilizer to farmers in Trans Nzoia County. And the ministry responds as follows, that there is increased fertilizer allocation in Trans Nzoia County from 571,186 bags to 650,000 bags in 2026-2027 season. And then there's also going to be expanded last mile distribution centers from the current 10 to 20. There will also be delivery of fertilizer directly to distribution centers to improve the farmers' access and improving logistics by using both road and rail transport for timely deliveries. The third issue that the honorable member pursued was she needed a report on the investigations into the alleged diversion of subsidized fertilizer intended for local farmers to neighboring countries, and also the farmer registration weaknesses. And the response, Honorable Speaker, indicates that the National Fertilizer Technical Committee did an investigation on this matter and found that there were fertilizer diversions, there were illegal repackaging, there was also theft and cross-border transfer of fertilizer across the border. The findings from this include, number one, farmer registration. Several key findings, and I'll just read a few because I reported back this earlier. There are a few changes, that there were cases of inflated declarations by those who are redeeming the vouchers. Also duplicate registration. There was also registration on farmers, limited involvement of GAO team, and institutional framework, institutional farmers being registered and individuals, among others. There were many others. And they gave examples, cited several examples of, for instance, the findings in Busia where the farmers were allocated 716 bags through inflated acreage, and also in Moroni where an allocation of 600 bags was in excess of what was actually intended. On the issue of voucher redemption, Honorable Speaker, the key findings included redemption outside registered counties. There was also immediate resale of subsidized fertilizer, the voucher pooling by brokers and farmers selling vouchers due to financial hardship, among others. And notably, they also gave examples of, certain examples of a farmer having been held with vouchers demanding an equivalent of that 9,000 bags of fertilizer, which means quite a number of acres. And also subsidized fertilizer resold in some areas like Kuresoi in Nakuru County. The issue of governance, Honorable Speaker, also was reported as one of the findings, which had both positive and negative results. The positive ones include strong coordination between NCPB, county governments, and county commissioners, or the GAO team, multi-agency enforcement and active DCI investigations, as well as effective control at official border posts. But the negative ones include weak oversight of the last mile distribution centers, limited post-redemption monitoring, and weak supervision of farmers, among others. And they cited some of the losses that were reported. For instance, in Busia, the 422 bags were lost. 60 bags were also lost in Chavakali, last mile distribution center. On the issue of policy gaps, the findings indicated that there were no comprehensive fertilizer subsidy policy. It is not there, it's not in place. There is no fertilizer traceability after redemption. There is also poor integration between the Kiami's data, the land ownership, and other databases that are used, and lack of clear guidelines for institutional farmers or institutional farms, among others. The final one, the second last, was the procurement and distribution challenges, which included late fertilizer deliveries, mismatch between the supply of fertilizer and farmer preferences, inadequate last mile centers, and ICT network failures, which were among the other findings. And finally, also the findings on cross-border smuggling indicate that 772 bags were confiscated around Malaba while trying to cross the border, as well as 5 bags intercepted while being smuggled into Uganda. And Honorable Speaker, there is also a report on there was also a report on contributing factors, where we have cross-border farming, and Kenya is known to produce seeds in Uganda, and therefore when we are supplying the fertilizer to Kenyan farmers who are farming in Uganda, sometimes fertilizer crosses border. Family ties also with the Ugandans and use of informal or panya routes. Cross-cutting challenges, Honorable Speaker, include diversion by brokers, delayed delivery during peak demand periods, staff shortages, limited extension personnel, and weak accountability and inadequate legal framework, among others. There are quite a number of them. The member has already been given this particular response. The committee has come up with about 7 recommendations, one of them being strengthening the farmer registration, which is an issue. The other one, improving voucher management. Strengthening governance is the third one. Policy and legal reforms is the fourth one. The fifth one is improvement of procurement and distribution system. And the 6th one is strengthening border controls. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, and I've done a summary of the main statement. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the ministry concludes that the fertilizer subsidy program remains essential for agricultural productivity and food security of this country, and fertilizer diversion is mainly driven by weak farmer registration, verification, and monitoring systems rather than procurement shortages. Also, the report concludes that improving data integrity, fertilizer traceability, enforcement, and legal framework will basically significantly reduce leakage and ensure subsidized fertilizer reaches the intended farmers. The final issue that the member was interested in were the long-term interventions that are being implemented to safeguard subsidized fertilizer programs, prevent diversion, and also protect farmers from future shortages. And the ministry indicates that they will introduce 2-year framework contracts with multiple local and international fertilizer suppliers to guarantee timely availability. Also, the report indicates that they will issue procurement orders before each planting season to allow adequate production and shipment planning. Also conduct a comprehensive audit and the validation of the KIAMI's data, strengthen the farmer and land verification through Ngao and agriculture officers, introduce fertilizer traceability system, and strengthen multi-agency enforcement, and develop a comprehensive fertilizer subsidy policy backed by stronger legal provisions to curb diversion, smuggling.
Honorable Mutunga, let me just stop you for a minute to recognize Kabuti.
End of that statement.
Yeah, sorry. Honorable Dr. Mutunga, I stop you because I see they are leaving in the speaker's gallery to recognize Kabutie Senior School from Tinderet, Nandi County. We welcome you to observe the proceedings of the House. Honorable Mutunga, are you done?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
And I hope you had served Honorable Sioi with the response. Honorable Sioi, are you satisfied? Do you have follow-up questions?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am dissatisfied by the answer. I just want to go direct to the answer whereby the Minister has said that the rains came earlier than expected. I am just wondering, Madam Speaker, who is supposed to advise the farmers of this country when the rains are going to come? Who is supposed to inform them if the rains will delay or come earlier? Madam Speaker, as I stand here in Trans Nzoia, and I want to believe it's in the entire country, we don't have a harvest in the next few months. The maize dried up completely just because we had delays in the distribution of fertilizer. I am looking at, somebody has just said yes, and I know there are some of the people that are waiting in the next few months to go to the streets with sufurias because we are going to have food insecurity in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the CS has spoken about increasing the quantity of fertilizer. If you look at the quantity of fertilizer this year compared to last year, there was an increase. But the problem was not the quantity of fertilizer. The problem was how it was being distributed, the structures that were put across. The chairperson has just said that they are going to strengthen, but the structure they are using is the same. The ngaos, the commissioners, whoever, all those people that you've spoken about are the same people that were there before. So to me, we don't have a permanent solution to the problems that we are addressing at the moment. So, Madam Speaker, I would allow me to say that I think the CS has not taken this ministry seriously, telling us that fuel went high, and that is the reason as to why transportation of fertilizer to the county took long, is a total negligence to the ministry. Because this is supposed to be taken as a matter of urgency, Madam Speaker. You cannot say that the fertilizer reached the farmers late because of fuel. It was supposed to be given a first priority because this is food security of the country we are talking about. So, Madam Speaker, I would wish to ask the minister to take serious this ministry that is he's been given to man, because this is a very crucial ministry. And again, I would wish to understand what happens with the poor harvest that we are going to have in this country, in this next harvest, because we are expecting lower harvest in the country, and I know, and I must say, that it is out of negligence of the minister, because he has admitted on various occasions here, he said they had the late delivery. The points whereby fertilizer was being distributed were only 10 out of 25 wards in the entire county, of which they have said that they're going to increase from 10 to 20, and I would request that they increase the serving point to 25, so that at least each ward can have one serving point, so that the fertilizer can reach out to the farmers on time, and again, it gives them easier time. I can imagine a farmer traveling all the way from Matumbei to town, in cereals board in town, just to come and collect fertilizer, and majority of them were complaining that you travel all the way, you get to town, then you are told to come tomorrow. You are told to come after a week. You keep on spending a lot of money, Madam Speaker. So I still want to request that they look into this to ensure that farmers get fertilizer timely and in the right quantity and the right fertilizer in that case. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chairman, I see the chair Rhodes is distracting you. I hope you have listened to Honorable Sioi. And I see even on the order paper, you have two questions that are very related, because the question of Joses Lelmengit is on prolonged spell on food security. So it's quite a concern. And some of the issues, I would say maybe you still need to go back to the minister, but I think there also needs to be some improvement in the relationship between the national government and the county governments, because like the zero distribution, the zero going to the wards, going to the villages, you should work with the county governments. So maybe you can respond to what Honorable Sioi has asked, even as you look at what the other question had asked, although the person is not in the house, it's still very related.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the ministry did plan for a breakfast meeting to try and understand from the honorable member asking the questions what exactly they wanted from the questions, so that they can go and do a thorough brief on it. Maybe the honorable member never got the communication. But Honorable Speaker, what I would like to say is that let the honorable member draft specific questions, so that we can even invite the minister here, and you'll be able to answer all those questions plus any other that is related, and that will do justice to this particular sector.
Chair, this is the second time you're responding to this question. So what was the follow-up questions? Are you saying that you didn't know what you're responding to?
Honorable Speaker, what I said is that when we were required to go back to the ministry for further answers, the ministry planned for a breakfast meeting.
Did you inform the member?
We invited all the members who had asked questions. Some of them came, others did not come. And they were supposed to stand and say exactly what did they need from the question, because sometimes there could be some misunderstanding between the question itself, the context and content of the question, and also the answer that is being given. So they needed to give the breadth and depth of what they were requiring from the questions so that they were answered adequately. Honourable Speaker, having said that, I also indicate that it is good for the honourable member to redraft the part of the question that is not sufficiently answered, and then we can even invite the minister to come and answer the questions on the floor of this House.
Honorable Chairperson, I don't know how we need to ask the CS 3 times one question. It is looking like something is amiss. Honorable Sioi, did you get the communication for the meeting? Because what I've seen with these follow-up questions, I see when the CS is appearing, when you appear, you are able to also prosecute your issue better when the CS is appearing before the committee.
I did, Madam Speaker, but I was away and I communicated. And now that I've asked this question more than 3 times, probably maybe my next question would be, what measures is going to take to ensure that we don't have food insecurity in the next few months now that we are going to have a very bad harvest? Because if we are going to have that with no measures put in place, we are going to be in trouble.
My advice would be, Honorable Sioi, in case this matter is still not satisfactorily dealt with, that you can also ask as a question, like the majority leader has said, that the CS can be made to appear, but it can only be prompted by a question from members. So I would request that you still are not satisfied, you do the same. Kosing?
No, Madam Speaker, you read my mind. And I think we come from the same place all the time for the last 15 years. But I want to advise my colleague, Honorable Sioi, to put it in the form of a question. So the minister comes here. And then also the minister can be able to answer sufficiently supplementary questions. Because my colleague, Honorable Chair, like myself, has no, what does he do? He will not give you supplementary, or rather, answer supplementary questions. He's not the one. Somebody just wrote for him. So I think, Honorable, I want to persuade you, Honorable Sioi, my neighbor, bring the minister here. Put the question. Now the ministers have no job. You have just heard earlier, they have no job to come to the House. Put yours to be the first one. And then now, even the chair can help you to clarify those things before the chair. But it's true, Madam Speaker, there's a problem. Hunger is coming to this country, particularly North Rift, where I come from, with Honorable Sioi. And Chair, take note of that. There's going to be a problem in North Rift. Thank you, Madam.
Very well. The next question, Honorable Mutunga.
Yeah, Honorable Chair.
The next question is requested by Member for Ndaragwa, Honorable George Gachagua. You have the response?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I have the
Is in the House, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Honorable Member for Ndaragwa, Honorable George Gachagua, did requests to know the causes of the delayed payment to Guangzhou Construction Company Limited, which was constructing Ndaragwa Horticultural Produce Market. Honorable Speaker, the statement concerns the delayed payment. And under this particular construction was under a project called Smallholder Horticultural Marketing Program, or SHOMAP, which was funded by eFund between 2007 and 2016. The background of this particular program, project, Honorable Speaker, was such that the Ndaragwa market was identified as a strategic horticultural market due to the area being high in agricultural potential. Following the termination of the initial contract for poor performance, Guangzhou Construction Company Limited was awarded the remaining works on 14th of March 2016 at a contract of 28 million shillings, 28.25 million shillings, with a completion period of 16 weeks. The Ministry of the Ministry of Lands served as the project manager then. Now, the second issue was the reasons for the delay in payment of the outstanding construction dues amounting to 16,470,112 and 63 cents to Guangzhou Construction Company Limited. The contractor received first interim payment certificate of 12,093,000 shillings in May 2016. The second IPC of 5.72 million was paid in August 2016. Another IPC worth 5.94 million was submitted in November 2016, but was never paid because SHOMAP program had already wound up. The contractor remained on site until December 2016, despite the project's supervision having ceased. The ministry attributes the delay to the project not being fully completed before the SHOMA funding ended, a prolonged period during which the contractor did not actively pursue the claim. The matter only resurfaced after Nyandarua County formally wrote to the ministry in August 2025. Following this, Honorable Speaker, the Principal Secretary appointed a technical inspection committee to verify the outstanding works and payments. The findings of the inspection committee were as follows. The committee established that there was certified and paid works amounting to 10.45 million shillings. And then additional works valued at 5 million shillings were undertaken but require further verification for payment. Honorable Speaker, the market is substantially complete but cannot be operationalized until several remaining works are undertaken, including perimeter walling, parking and loading bay flooring, installation of roof water harvesting tanks, repair of vandalized fittings, and the repair of the facility, the painting of the facility. The other finding, the funds required, Honorable Speaker, are as follows. So the ministry has requested the National Treasury to vote that 5 million shillings, comprising of 10.45 million for certified outstanding payment, 5 million for verifying additional works, and 20 million to complete the remaining works, undertake beneficiary training, and facilitate handover of the market. Timeliness for payments. The timeline for payment, Honorable Speaker, are as follows. The ministry has not committed to a specific payment date. Instead, it states that payment and completion depends on approval of the requested funding from the National Treasury, after which the market will be completed and handed over to the county government of Nyandarua for management. On operationalization of the market, Honorable Speaker, the ministry responds that once the funding is secured, the contractor will be paid, the outstanding works will be procured and completed, repairs on the vandalized sections of the market will be undertaken, beneficiary training will be conducted, and the facility will be formally handed over to the county government of Nyandarua, which will thereafter manage the market on behalf of the farmers and traders. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the measures to prevent similar delays in future, the ministry does respond that the budget, she will only budget for projects with available funding. Also strengthen due diligence during the contractor selection and enhance project monitoring and evaluation. Also improve project management to ensure timely completion and payment of certified works, and continue coordinating with the National Treasury to minimize funding delays. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Gachagua. Give the member from Ndaragwa the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am I'm satisfied by the response, but Madam Speaker, it's worth noting that the facility has remained unused for over 10 years, despite its being completed substantially to usable status. I would wish, Madam Speaker, that the ministry could honor the third IPC, the third interim payment certificate of about 10 million, as recommended by their team, which went for inspection on 22nd December 2025, provide that reference and pay that outstanding debt, so that at least, as they observed, Madam Speaker, that facility stayed for over 10 years without being used, and they noted that it had deteriorated. Madam Speaker, I wish that now the contractor can be paid that IPC for him to go back and finish that contract so that the people of Ndaragwa can utilize it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Chair, I think you've heard his request. I don't think there needs to be more follow-up on it. But before you respond, allow me to recognize in the public gallery Area School from Kisumu Central, Kisumu County, as they observe the proceedings of the House. Mutunga, you have a follow-up on it?
Honourable Speaker, I just wanted to note that SHOMAP as a project was added. The ministry will have to, is indicating that they'll look for money. They do not have money to pay directly right now. And they have promised that once they get money from Treasury, which is amounting to 5 million, they will pay the 10.4, they will pay the unverified 5 million, and also they will use the 20 million to do the finalize and handover. So I think there is still hope. I think what you need to do, ask the contractor to follow the ministry so that the timelines can be shortened.
Very well. Honorable Chairperson, you still have another statement to respond to. The owner of that question is the member for Mgwen, who is not in the House. You have the response?
I do, Honourable Speaker.
Kindly table it.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to table the response.
Yes, do not read it out, just table it.
Yeah.
The Chairperson, Transport and Infrastructure Committee was in the House. I don't see him. And I see there are people, there are members waiting. Honorable Ikana, has he delegated anyone? And again, the member for Mgwen. So the question for Honorable Ikana will be deferred because I do not seem to see the chair in the House. I think we are done with the statements. We are done with the order on statements. Let's go to the next order.
Order number 8, motion, second report of the status of reports on petitions and resolutions. Mover to reply.
I don't see the mover of this, so we'll defer it. And before we go to order number 9, Chairperson, Transports, I had seen you in the House, then you disappeared. I will go back to order number 7 because the member for Shinyalu has been waiting in the House patiently for this response so that you respond.
Thank
And
you,
as you get ready, allow me to recognize in the Speaker's Gallery, New Pumwani School from Kamukunji constituency, Nairobi County. Welcome to observe the proceedings of the House. May I give the member for Nairobi 1 minute before Honorable Jike?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to welcome the students and to tell all the students that are in the House today, welcome to the Parliament, the Kenya National Assembly. We are honored that you are here, and we know that as you observe the work that we do, and you study hard in your schools, one day you will be the one sitting here and representing the people of this great country. So what we ask of you is please, your parents are working very hard to send you to school, focus on your education. There's going to be times to do all the other things in your life. For right now, be students, work hard, play hard, and make your parents proud, make your nation proud, because this country needs great leaders like yourselves. We were once young, sitting in those very chairs. Today we are here. Tomorrow it will be your chance. So when you go home, tell your parents we send them our greetings. When you go back to school, tell them that you were in Parliament and you heard the conversations that we're having, and know that we are here to serve you so that this nation can become a country that we are all proud to call home. Thank you.
Very well. Member Fondia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the member for Shinyaru constituency, Honorable Frederick Ikana, MP, requested a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport.
Honorable Member Fondia, you start with apology because you've made us actually break the order of the day.
Honorable Speaker, I apologize. I stepped out for a health break.
No worries. Continue.
Thank you. And Honorable Speaker, the circumstances for the recurrent fatal hit and run accident, let me go back a bit. Honorable Speaker, in the statement, Honorable Ikana sought to establish one, the circumstances for the recurrent fatal hit and run accidents at Ilesi and Muruka centers along the Kisumu-Kakamega Road, including whether the area has been identified as a black spot. 2, a report on whether the identity of the hit and run vehicle involved in the tragic accident and measures being taken to address the increasing hit and run accidents in the area. And 3, the immediate and long-term measures being put in place by the Kenya National Highway Authority to mitigate accidents at Ilesi and Muruka centers, including installation of speed bumps or rambo strips, pedestrian walkways and crossings, service lane, proper road signage, street lighting, and other safety enhancements to protect road users. And 4, plans to compensate families of victims who perished in the accident and at Ilasi, Muruka centers, the measures being taken to strengthen traffic law enforcement and safety along the affected section of the road, including action against speeding and hit and run offenders. And 5, the timelines within which the proposed mitigation measures will be implemented to prevent further loss of life at the black spots. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a response from the Ministry of Roads, which I now wish to make. 1, regarding the circumstances for the recurrent fatal accidents, the ministry submitted that preliminary assessments indicate the accidents have been associated with a combination of factors, including excessive speeding, unsafe crossing practices, limited compliance with the traffic regulations, and inadequate separation between vehicle and pedestrian traffic. The ministry further submitted that KENHA has installed and maintained warning and regulatory road signs, undertaken marking of pedestrian crossing and remarking faded pavement markings, and continues to conduct road safety sensitization programs. KENHA, in collaboration with NTSA and the National Police Service, continues to monitor accident trends and undertake road safety assessments to determine whether the affected locations meet the criteria for classification as black spots. 5, regarding the identity of hit and run vehicles and measures being taken, the ministry submitted that investigations are being conducted by the National Police Service. KENHA continues to provide technical support and relevant road infrastructure information required during investigations. To address the increasing accidents, the agency has installed road safety warning signs and is working closely with the NTSA, traffic police, county authorities, and local communities to enhance road safety awareness, improve road infrastructure, and support enforcement initiatives aimed at deterring traffic violations. Honorable Speaker, regarding immediate and long-term measures to mitigate accidents, the ministry submitted that Kenya has initiated a comprehensive safety review of the affected road sections. Immediate intervention under consideration include installation of rubber strips, enhancement of road markings, provision of additional warning, and regulatory signage, improvement of pedestrian crossing facilities, and strengthening public awareness campaigns. The long-term measures being evaluated include construction of pedestrian walkways, installation of street lighting at trading centers, and provision of service lanes where feasible, and upgrading of pedestrian crossing facilities and implementation of other engineering intervention recommended through road safety audit and traffic studies. These measures, Honorable Speaker, will be undertaken subject to technical feasibility, prioritization, and availability of funding. And regarding compensation of families of victims and strengthening traffic law enforcement, the ministry stated that compensation of victims of traffic accidents is governed by applicable laws and insurance arrangements involving the parties responsible. Kenya does not ordinarily provide compensation unless liability is established in accordance with the law. To enhance safety, Kenya in collaboration with the NTSA and National Police Service to strengthen, is collaborating with NTSA and NPS to strengthen traffic enforcement, undertake road safety sensitization campaigns, improve road safety infrastructure, and support measures targeting speeding vehicles and offenders involved in traffic hit and run accidents. And regarding timelines for implementation, the ministry submitted that Kenya has already implemented a number of short-term interventions along the affected road section, including installation of additional warning and regulatory road signs, remarking of faded pavement marking, installation of rumble strips where appropriate, and continuous road safety sensitization programs. The authority will continue monitoring the effectiveness of these measures. The medium and long-term intervention will be implemented subject to completion of design, prioritization within the road safety programs, and availability of funding. Honorable Speaker, I do submit.
The Honorable Ikana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to first start by appreciating the Chairman, Transport Committee, for follow-up to this statement and for the response you have given on behalf of the Ministry. I, however, wish to state that having listened very carefully to the Chair of Transport and assessing the veracity of the response he has given with the actual facts on the ground, I return a no factual verdict, because most of the measures, especially the short-term measures that the ministry is alleging to have undertaken in relation to the question I'd asked about the frequent road accidents at Moraka is not true. Number one, there are no clear markings on the road at Moraka. And number two, they're alleging that there are speed bumps and rubber strips around Moraka Center. It is not true. We don't have that intervention as of now. And also there is no a clear speed limit signage around that area, which is a very, very dangerous thing, bearing in mind that we have a very popular school around there, that's Moraka Primary School, with over 800 students, and also a market center. And this should have been a very obvious thing for the ministry to do, because it is not limited to Muraka. I think across all our highways, it should be a standard practice that we approach schools and market centers, there should be clear signage on the speed limits. Then on the aspect of compensation for victims who have suffered the tragic road accidents before, I request that the ministry takes this very, very seriously in collaboration with the Ministry of Internal Security to ensure that at least we also have security cameras to help capture some of those speeding motorists who hit our pupils and speed off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to agree with Honorable Ikana that much more needs to be done to be able to reduce the number of accidents that we're seeing on our roads. One of the interventions that I personally have been pushing the ministry to undertake is increment of or increasing the number of road signages on our roads. We do not have enough signages on our roads, which makes it very difficult for motorists to even when you don't want to cause an accident. Of course, nobody wants to cause an accident, but you find yourself even hitting a bump where it has not been marked, there is no signage, and it becomes very difficult for motorists to use our roads. One good example, and I'm just reinforcing his concerns. You drive on UN Avenue, Gigiri. There's a bump that was erected the other day where the Dutch embassy has been put up, the new embassy. There is a bump there. It's not marked. There's no signage, and it's on a downward drive. So it is very difficult for motorists on our roads. So we want to agree with the Member of Parliament, and I'm working with the Minister because I have raised this issue with the Ministry so that we engage in this very serious and urgent intervention. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable George Karaoke, Akaji K. I think this is a chance for you to go to Western Kenya. We hardly see your ministry on the roads, your committee on the roads. Some of these things, whenever has raised them, take the opportunity to go to the ground. We want to see in Muraka, in Kakamega, so that the ministry will take you seriously. We want to see members of parliament in Muraka, Kakamega. We want to see you somewhere in Gambogi, where there's no signage. We want to see the committee, not with the ministry in Mombasa or in Naivasha. Go to the ground. See, let parliamentarians go to where these things are happening. So that then you feel this. So that then you bring a report and say, indeed, the Honorable Ikana brought an issue. The ministry gave a report which he disagreed with. And we went to the ground. It's indeed true that these things they're saying, talking about, are not on the ground. We would like to see you down there and in our constituencies. The Honorable GK, my friend, I would imagine this is the time to do that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to agree with you that we need to visit more constituencies and more parts of this country. But the reason why we are allowed to raise questions here is because we can't be able to be everywhere, and the Member of Parliament is better placed to raise the concerns of his or her constituents. So, Honorable Speaker, I do agree with you. I don't want to argue, but we're doing our best, Honorable Speaker, under the prevailing circumstances, and we will keep pushing this agenda. Honorable Speaker, we've been visiting very many places. The other day we were in Kisumu, we were in Nandi. We will be, next week, we'll be in Naivasha, not Naivasha town, but we'll be inspecting this road under construction. So we are very proactive. We are not a passive committee. We are a very active committee. Thank you.
Made in good faith, in the sense that, you know, when when the ministry disagrees with the member of parliament on a matter that is factual, then there must be a way of giving evidence that indeed what the member is saying is what is right, and what the ministry is saying is, So I think this decision is made in that regard. The next one is, you wanted to say something on this particular statement? Okay, Mwalimu Kombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the chair saying, and I wish he could be listening.
Order, the Honorable Chair, your attention is required.
I heard the Honorable Chair saying, all that will be done depending on the availability of funds. And he went ahead to say he visited several areas where he saw indeed the signs were lacking, bumps were lacking, of which I should feel or think that should have been catered for in the budget, such that we would be talking of them being erected here and there, so that we run away from the several accidents that normally occur. Mr. Speaker, a place in my constituency known as Kwandomo, each and every week we record an accident. No bump, no signs, no nothing. Even the zebra crossing is not there. At least to alert the people this is the right place for crossing. Mr. Speaker, I think the chair and the ministry should do something and be serious on it. Thank you.
Properly. Do you want to say something on that?
Just to agree with the honorable member that more needs to be done, especially availing funds to put up road signages. So we are pushing the ministry, and I know the minister has in the recent past committed that he will avail more resources to make sure that all our roads are clearly marked, their proper signages, and so that as you drive and as you use our roads, you are well guided by the road signages. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, I appreciate it.
Well said. So the next response was to a request by the honorable member for Mgwen. I don't know whether the member for Mgwen is in the house. Is the Honorable Joses in the house? The Honorable Chair, now that the member is not there, I would allow you to proceed to just table the response. Then it can be discussed next time the member is around.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Do it on the mic.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. I will table this response because Honorable Member for Keses is not in, and Gwen, sorry, is not in the house. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Just go ahead and say a response to which particular statement request? So that it's
yes, the statement requested by the member who is not in the chamber is, concerns, let me see, requested a statement from the chairperson. He requested a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding a fatal accident at Sirua Yala and the status of maintenance works on the Eldoret Kapsabet Chavakari Road C39. The minister submitted to us the response, and Honorable Speaker, I wish to lay this report on the table of the House. Thank you.
Thank you. And that ends the session on requests for statements and responses thereto. We move now to order number, next order.
Order number 9, the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2024, resumption of debate.
Members, debate on this had commenced. proceeded, and we had a member on the floor. We had no member on the floor. When the debate was adjourned on Tuesday, 4th of August, there's no one on the floor, so if there's anyone wants to contribute, come on, how do you say no? You have members who may want to contribute on this, come on. If there's members, you notice this is a bill from the Senate, and so instead of asking for the call to reply, I will defer debate on this bill to a later date when it's again slotted in the order paper. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. Report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings.
The leader of the delegation, it was this, the Honorable Millie Gesa Odhiambo. Go ahead, the Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, you forgot bad girl.
The Honorable Bad Girl, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sorry, I beg to move that this House notes the report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings that was held in Geneva, Switzerland, from the 19th to the 23rd of October, 2025, and laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 11th March, 2026. Mr. Speaker, the 151st Assembly of the IPU and its related meetings was held at the International Conference Center, Geneva, in Geneva, Switzerland, from Sunday the 19th to Thursday the 23rd of October 2025. All IPU statutory bodies, including the Governing Council, standing committees, committees on the human rights of parliamentarians and on the Middle East question, as well as the Forum of Women Parliamentarians and the Forum of Young MPs convened during this assembly. The 151st Assembly was particularly significant as it was the first statutory meeting of the IPU following the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, subject of profound relevance given the proliferation of armed conflicts worldwide, the unprecedented scale of humanitarian need, and the growing strain on the international humanitarian system. The choice of Geneva as a venue carried particular symbolic weight as a city hosted the diplomatic conference that adopted the Geneva Conventions nearly 80 years ago. For those of us who have studied humanitarian law, do understand what those Geneva Conventions are, which established the cornerstone of international humanitarian law. Mr. Speaker, I know that you are an expert in that area. Mr. Speaker, it is against a backdrop of deepening global crisis.
Well, I actually studied in Switzerland.
Pardon?
I actually studied in Switzerland where
Yes.
you were doing your
Yes,
conference.
Mr. Speaker, I know that you even studied in Switzerland. Mr. Speaker, I didn't study in Switzerland, but I probably traveled in Switzerland more than you. But that aside, Mr. Speaker, it is against a backdrop of deepening global crisis that the Assembly convened. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination humanitarian affairs, nearly 310 million people were estimated to need humanitarian assistance in 2025, the highest figure ever recorded. Over 123 million people had been forcibly displaced worldwide, and 1.9 million people were experiencing catastrophic hunger. At the same time, funding for humanitarian response was shrinking, and respect for international humanitarian law was being eroded. It was within this sobering context that parliamentarians from around the world gathered to reaffirm their commitment to human dignity and the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the topics that I usually find very paradoxical, that we actually have rules of war. I know when I studied humanitarian law, I used to raise it as a theoretical crisis, that humanity needs rules of war. We just need to stop war. Then we don't need rules of war. But because we have people who by very nature create wars and create situations like the one that people were discussing earlier, when I got in, there was a statement that was forwarded here by my Committee of Defense on Batuk, and where we were saying as Kenya that we want to sign the defense agreement, but upon having certain conditions. And one of those conditions is making sure that our women in Laikipia are protected. And then you find that there's a former member of parliament who argued that our committee was bribed, I don't know, 5 billion. If our committee was bribed, mine has not reached, and I would want him to take the intervention and ask the bribers to get mine to reach me so that I can take it to the relevant authorities. But, Mr. Speaker, it is against a backdrop where we have people going against, you know, what is normal, against the norm. The norm is that we need to promote peace and not war. And because we are promoting war and not peace, we are having global crises that we have never foreseen. And this is why the IPU prioritized the issues of humanitarian issues or law. At the same time, funding for humanitarian response was shrinking, and respect for international humanitarian law was being eroded. It was within this sobering context that we actually gathered to reaffirm commitment to human dignity and the rules of war. Mr. Speaker, the Assembly considered 2 requests for the inclusion of an emergency item. One submitted by South Africa on behalf of the African group concerning the situation in Madagascar, and another submitted by Thailand, Argentina, Chile, Poland, and Sweden concerning transnational organized crime, cybercrime, and hybrid threats to democracy and human security. Both proposals obtained the requisite 2/3 majority in a roll call, and the second proposal, having received the larger number of positive votes, was included on the Assembly's agenda. The Kenyan delegation actively participated in all facets of the Assembly, making substantive contributions to the general debate, committee deliberations, and side events. Mr. Speaker, before I get into what some of the members of Kenya did, one of the recommendations that I've said that I must give to this Assembly is that the IPU is actually a parliament or parliaments. I have served in the Pan-African Parliament, and at the onset of each parliament, we send a delegation of 5 people, and I know currently we have Honorable Esther Passaris and others who serve in the Pan-African Parliament, and they serve the full term. Mr. Speaker, we have had excellent Kenyans who we have served, including KJ, who have served in the IPU. But because the way the IPU is situated, you find that midway, somebody like Honorable KJ, who was such a wonderful person, and because he was chairing one of the committees, when his term came to an end, he was actually, in quotes, recalled by Kenya, because then he's not a chair, so Kenya cannot include him as part of the delegations. Fortunately for me, my term will be ending next year when we'll be going into elections. But if it wasn't, it means that the requisite knowledge that I have had in my committee, which is a very sensitive committee, which a lot of members of parliament sometimes don't even know about, because the committee on the human rights of parliamentarians, a lot of people just think it's a committee where we talk about parliamentarians. No, many people don't pay due regard to parliamentarians. And yet parliamentarians suffer a lot out here. In Kenya, we have had in the past parliamentarians who were shot and killed. More recently, we had a member of parliament, Honorable Ongondowere, who was shot and killed. And if the country doesn't take action, then you can report that to IPU that can take intervening action. We have parliaments where parliamentarians are denied their mandates. You are elected duly by your constituents, you come and you are sworn in, and then the executive decides 20 of you are no longer parliamentarians. So the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians follow these cases, some with success, some unfortunately not with much success. I was very saddened when one of the cases we are following, one of the parliamentarians, we tried our best, unfortunately died in custody, most recently in one of the Asian countries. But once in a while, we get some good reports, like we got in Senegal when we had the Sonko, who was in prison at the time when we were following up. We even sent people to observe, trial observers as our committee. And even though he's not the one who was vying for as a parliament, but the person he was supporting became president and he became a prime minister. I feel very sad when I actually see what then has turned out or has panned out in Senegal, and I can only wish them the best. But on our part, as a Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians, we did our best, and he finally, really did get his rights. But Mr. Speaker, I would just want to encourage our parliament to change our rules so that we don't have, every time we have new people learning the ropes, and once they become experts, then they are withdrawn. And then it makes it also difficult for our own members of parliament to rise in that, in that parliament. Mr. Speaker, in this, during this assembly, Honorable John Makali MP participated in the meetings of the high-level advisory group on countering terrorism and violent extremism, contributing to discussions on the call of the Sahel Initiative and the nexus between climate change and violent extremism. Honorable Joel came more recently, but is really doing very well. Mr. Speaker, I also participated in my capacity before I relinquished my position as the president of my committee. I served as the president of my committee, and I wasn't thrown out, so you can't tell me whether it was 1 term or 2 term. It is because you serve the years that you are given, but because this is the only committee that you actually appointed based on your expertise. You don't come as a delegation. So I was actually appointed while I was away. I was appointed in absentia based on my expertise. Yes, but the Kenyans really did campaign for me, and I want to thank them, because at that time we'd just come back from elections, and there was still a lot of ethnic divisions. I mean, not ethnic, but political divisions. But I think I'm talking ethnic because there's been too much talk about ethnic divisions here. But the members didn't have regard to that. And I thank Kenyans that when we get outside, we really don't look at the things that divide us here. The Kenyans really campaigned for me in absentia, and I was elected in this committee that is very competitive. Mr. Speaker, I presided over the committee's 178th session, which examined the situation of 300 parliamentarians across 16 countries and declared new cases admissible concerning parliamentarians in Nigeria, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Somalia, and Turkey. Senator Catherine Muma MP participated in the inaugural meeting at the IPU Committee on Health, contributing to discussions on universal health coverage and sexual and reproductive health and rights, and was actively engaged in the deliberations of the Working Group on Science and Technology, particularly concerning the development of an annex on AI ethics to the IPU Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I'm very happy to see that there's already a bill in Senate that looks at the issue of AI policy. I want to encourage Parliament that based on a training that we recently had, courtesy of Parliament, one of the things we are told that if you are coming up with a policy, then those policy or law must move very quickly, because AI moves very quickly. So it means we must be revising our laws and policies every year, because next year what we did on AI is really irrelevant. Mr. Speaker, the delegation notes with satisfaction that Kenya's engagement at the 151st Assembly contributed to the following outcomes. One, the adoption of the Geneva Declaration, which reflects Kenya's long-standing commitment to the protection of civilians in armed conflict and the promotion of international humanitarian law. Two, the adoption of the resolution on illegal international adoption, which incorporates provisions recognizing the particular vulnerabilities of children in conflict zones and the need for comprehensive victim support mechanisms. Number three, the adoption of the emergency item resolution on transnational organized crime and cybercrime, which acknowledges the global scale of these threats and calls for strengthened legislative frameworks and international cooperation. Four, the unanimous adoption of the motion recommending the election of a woman as the next UN Secretary General, aligning with Kenya's principled position on gender equality and women's leadership. Mr. Speaker, I must also add that that is not just one of the best outcomes in terms of gender mainstreaming. When we go for the assembly, this June or October? No, June is past. This October, Mr. Speaker, our neighbor, Honorable Tulia, who was former Speaker, will be relinquishing her seat as the president. And Kenya, and especially Honorable KJ, played a very significant role in campaigning for her to be the president of IPU. And so we are proud that at the same time we're having the president as a woman and the SG as a woman. And Mr. Speaker, I know somebody was just saying that whenever you have two women leading in a position, men complain. But you will have 6 men leading in the same position, and you don't even see, you don't even observe. It's a very interesting thing, this gender dynamic. So sometimes when we sound like we are complaining, we are not really complaining. It's just that the society has wired men to be favored in a way that you don't even see. I like giving examples that sometimes men don't even notice themselves. Like recently, I don't want to give an example. Kenya hosted a very big international event, and we attended. And there were very many ministers from different countries. And the host started by inviting the male ministers. And when they came, he just sat down and allowed them to speak. But the moment he called a woman minister from another country, he said, you only have 3 minutes. Men don't notice that they do such things. And the woman next to me, who by any account will not be described as a feminist. I know some of us, when we raise these issues, we are branded as feminists. This is a woman who by any means is not branded. She's the first person who said, did you notice that? They are giving men a long time, but the woman, they are saying 3 minutes. And when I went to greet this woman minister, she said, why are you Kenyans doing this to us? I said, what are we doing to you? And she said, you are giving the men the time and you are not giving us the time. And sometimes when we raise it, we sound petty. But we are not. We are just saying, we are here, look at us, see us, we matter just like you. And so that is why we are happy that we have the two women, and because of that, you are able to see us more. On behalf of the delegation, I take this opportunity to thank the officers of the Speaker and of the clerk for their support in ensuring that Kenya was well represented during the 151st Assembly. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, Article 7 of the IPU statutes require IPU members to present IPU resolutions in the most appropriate format to their respective parliaments, communicate IPU resolutions to the government, encourage IPU resolutions to be implemented, and provide the IPU Secretariat with frequent and comprehensive updates on the actions taken and outcomes achieved, especially through its annual reports. Mr. Speaker, if you could just give me 1 minute to conclude. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure and humble duty to submit this report, which highlights the proceedings, declarations, and resolution of the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings to Parliament for noting and requiring action in compliance with Article 7 of the IPU statutes. I beg to move and request the Honorable KJ to second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well moved. The Honorable KJ.
Honorable Speaker, I must thank you. This afternoon, the matter that is brought to the House is of great import because it goes beyond the borders of this country. And Mr. Speaker, allow me, before I make my remarks, to commend the leadership of Honorable Millie Odhiambo. It might not be said, and it might not have even been observed, the duty that this lady is undertaking internationally, not only at the IPU, but also for many other causes that she believes in. And Mr. Speaker, I see this knowing full well how the world has received Honorable Millie Odhiambo's leadership. They say that a prophet is never celebrated at home. What it would take, Mr. Speaker, is for you to travel internationally with the honorable member and see how she is received in Africa and internationally, with young girls trying to emulate her, talking about the bad girl, talking about her contributions in this house, things that they have viewed on YouTube and on social media. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the lady who has presented this report is way bigger, way taller than most of us see her back here at home. Honorable Speaker, the IPU is the parliament of parliaments, with over 121 parliaments sitting in one congregation and dealing with matters that are of international interest. And Mr. Speaker, the resolutions that come out of IPU are normally escalated all the way to the UN and end up as international conventions and end up as international agreements. And this House is very right in its place to receive the report that is presented by Honorable Millie Odhiambo this afternoon, having been the leader of delegation for this outing, because this House has got a duty beyond what has been prosecuted in those parliaments. We find that there are some laws that we have to localize. We find that there are treaties that we are needed to localize. And so, Honorable Speaker, the duty that has been undertaken by the people who represent us at the IPU is of great national importance, just as it is of great national importance. Mr. Speaker, I would want to say also that this House has been presenting the finest. Honorable Millie Odhiambo is a great example. And Mr. Speaker, even those who are joining after the long-serving members at IPU are doing an impressive job. Allow Mr. Speaker to say that the new entrance by the Honorable John McCarley has been noted. He has been a good participator. He's one of those who appear for sessions. He represents Kenya very well and is doing an impressive job. Honorable Speaker, we've got the Honorable Naisula Lesuda, a long-serving member of this delegation, and she has been impressive in her committees, and she has done a great job representing this parliament in IPU. Mr. Speaker, we've got Senator Catherine Muma doing an impressive job in the Science and Technology Committee. Great leadership. And I'm not talking about just leadership in the committee, but also thought leadership, bringing in the hard questions, the scientific questions that we find hard to even explore as people, even with our African traditions. This lady has been putting up a great face for country and a great face for this parliament. And when I talk about this parliament, I fully well recognize that the National Assembly and the Senate do form the Parliament of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, in the outing that the Honorable Millie Odhiambo presents, there had been great conversations happening. And key among them had been the issue of the Geneva Convention on the promotion of humanitarian law. As the Honorable Millie Odhiambo has said, Mr. Speaker, I am the President Emeritus of the Committee on the Respect for Humanitarian Laws. And Mr. Speaker, I have to give a big thank you to the committee that I was serving, because they were able to give me the opportunity to chair the committee not only once, but I was elected twice, Mr. Speaker, and I was elected in quick succession. I served in my term, finished my term, and the committee reinstated me back as the president of this committee. And this Convention on Promotion of Humanitarian Law was one of the key works that we pushed in my committee. And I am glad to hear that even after I had left the parliament, that this was taken forward and it has now come up as a convention, the Geneva Convention on the Promotion of Humanitarian Law. Mr. Speaker, the report that we are receiving also had the business of the mainstreaming of gender. And Mr. Speaker, this cannot be undersaid, that the humanity today must come to the place of realizing that even communities like African communities had a place for their women. Mr. Speaker, I can only speak for my community as the Agikuyu. Before the disruption, before the colonial invasion, I can tell you that the Kikuyu had a special place for the woman. The woman was super respected. The woman had a position of leadership. The woman was a great contributor to the community. And even, some may not know, the woman would also rise to be an elder, Modhuri wa Kiama. Modhuri means a man, but this woman would be able to ascend to a place where she becomes a leader of the community in the governing council. Mr. Speaker, allow me to also say that the work that is going on at IPU, as we are revising our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, and you shall allow me just one more minute, the work that we are doing at IPU, Mr. Speaker, needs to be seen also in line with our standing orders. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo raises a very important point, that continuity is what has given opportunity for her to rise, to lead a very powerful committee. It was my frequent attendance of IPU that gave the opportunity for me to be elected to head a bureau, to head that committee as the president, not once, but twice. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we are looking our standing orders going into the 14th Parliament, this Parliament might want to consider a constant delegation that we would be sending to the IPU, and they would do this work for the life of the Parliament so that Kenya's contribution keeps being to the level that we speak about. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I must say that I was a key campaigner for Honorable Tulia Ackson, and Kenya did deliver when it needed to deliver. And we presented a woman for president of the IPU who has served with great leadership skill, and I do pray that now that we are coming up to an IPU that will have a woman secretary general, that then these women shall also be able to elevate. I do thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I say this because by elevating the place of the woman, we are not reducing the place of the man. We are bringing up boys, we are bringing up girls. And these young people, as we bring them up, we've got to let them know that it is not a fight of the genders, that a man is better off when the woman is empowered. The woman is better off when the man is empowered. That a working society has got a place for both genders, and each of them have their specific gender roles. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the office that you serve in, the office of the Speaker. I must very much thank Honorable Speaker Moses Wetangula for facilitating for these IPU delegations, the Kenyan delegation, to be able to put in the good work that we have been putting there. I must also thank the clerk of the National Assembly, who has made it his personal business to ensure that the IPU delegation from Kenya delivers even beyond their mandate, because Kenya has been doing very well. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much, and I want to congratulate Honorable Millie Odhiambo. You are right in your place to represent Kenya in the way you do. You are a true international superstar. Thank you very much.
I'm sure you would probably need another 10 minutes to your speech. Well, members, I now propose the question, which is that this House notes the report of the Kenyan delegation to the 151st Sub-Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings held in Geneva, Switzerland, from 19th to 23rd October 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 11th of March 2026. Honorable Mwalimu Harrison Kombe.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi nikaweze kuchangia hoja hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nichukue nafasi niwapongeze wajumbe kutoka Kenya waliowakilisha Kenya katika mashauri huko Geneva. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikizungumzia dada Millie, hakika kwa uzoefu wake ndio uliomfanya mpaka akaweza kuinuka na kuwa rais katika kamati aliyokuwa akisimamia. Mheshimiwa Spika, mapendekezo ambayo yamewekwa ya kwamba tukaweze kuona ya kwamba wajumbe wetu tunaowatuma mara kwa mara tukaweze kuwapatia nafasi zaidi, ndipo watakapokuwa na uzoefu katika ushirikiano huu wa mabunge, na ndipo nao wakaweze kuchaguliwa kimataifa na kuwakilisha Kenya vilivyo kama wajumbe hawa tuliowatuma walivyofanya kule Geneva. Mheshimiwa Spika, ikifika masuala ya uwakilishi wa raia, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna haja ya kuona kwamba raia wanalindwa vizuri, si hapa nchini tu, bali katika sehemu zote za nchi. Unakuta ya kwamba tukiingia kama nchini Somalia, jinsi wanavyoteseka kule Somalia, raia hawana uhuru kamwe, na ndiposa mara kwa mara tunapata wageni, tunawahudumia. Nikikumbuka vyema, miaka ya nyuma tulichukua sublocation nzima ya Magarini na tukaipeana kwa wakimbizi kutoka Somalia. Tuliwahudumia kwa zaidi ya miezi 6 na hatimaye baadaye wakaja kambi ile ikavunjwa na wakarudi kwao. Kwa hivyo kuna haja sana kuona ya kwamba tunadumisha umoja wa haya mabunge, ndipo wakaweze kuwa na kutangamana vizuri, na hivyo ni kuipatia nafasi dunia kuweza kuwa na amani. Na iwapo kutakuwa na amani, hata biashara na mataifa mengine inaweza kuwa pia vile vile ni rahisi. na kwa yule aliyesimamia swala la sayansi na teknolojia, kazi aliyofanya ni kazi ambayo pengine tungetarajia ingefanywa na mwanaume, lakini pia vile vile aliongoza hiyo kamati vyema, na hivyo Kenya ikajipatia nafasi ya kuwa na sifa kimataifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante kwa wakati ulionipatia nami kusema machache juu ya hoja hii.
The Honorable Pasari wants to say something on this? The Honorable Mili, I would like you to reply to this motion. There being no further interest on it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll not take time. Let me just thank the honorable members for their contributions and for their kind words. Mr. Speaker, the issue of, that has been raised of humanitarian law and human rights and not democracy. We didn't talk about democracy. I want to thank the honorable members for elaborating and expounding on it. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to, with those few remarks, I call on the House to note. Thank you.
Well said, all members. The decision of this matter, as you know, would be made next time. The motion is laid in the order paper. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, report on audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the energy sector.
Chair, the Honorable Kosing, the chairperson of this committee, proceed to move.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Mili, I would like to see the Honorable Kosing.
You know, Honorable Mili is our leader, so when she's here, she's giving me wisdom.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, and for giving me this opportunity to move this very fundamental motion. So as I move, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the fourth report of the Public Investment Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy on its examination of the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the energy sector, laid on the table of the House, Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, 2nd April 2026. Honorable Speaker, as I move this fundamental motion, Honorable Speaker, I would like to state that when I move and say selected state corporations, then, of course, the fundamental question is, which are these selected state corporations in the energy sector? Honorable Speaker, I want to inform you and the House that these are the following state corporations that we examine their audited accounts. Honorable Speaker, we did for rural electrification and renewable energy, which is known very well, Honorable Speaker, as REREC. We also did, Honorable Speaker, for Kenya Electricity Generating Company, which is, of course, the Honorable Speaker, that is Kenyan. We also did for Kenya Electricity Company, KPLC. We also did for, that's KPLC, and nuclear power energy, Honorable Speaker. Many Kenyans might not know that we have a nuclear agency. But I think now with a lot of debates, Honorable Speaker, in Siaya, where you come from, and then, Honorable Speaker, then we are very clear on where we are moving in terms of whether we have a nuclear power energy corporation. Honorable Speaker, in doing examination, it would be worth to note, Honorable Speaker, that my committee, which I really thank the committee, Honorable Speaker, because audit committees are different from departmental committees. Audit committees require a lot of patience. Audit committees require a lot of commitment. Audit committees require a lot of reading. And I thank honorable members of my committee, Honorable Speaker, for volunteering and giving themselves to serve the nation. Because, Honorable Speaker, for Kenyans and the House to appreciate, Honorable Speaker, imagine those agencies which I've just mentioned, KenGen, KETRACO, KPLC, and nuclear power, Honorable Speaker, REREC. We had to go through financial years, so many financial years of their books. And here, Honorable Speaker, on record, we went through 19 financial years in examining the books of these agencies. In doing that examination, Honorable Speaker, of 19 years, it's not easy. If you look at those years, 19 in total of the whole agencies. We also went, Speaker, these audit queries which were raised by Auditor General in the entire industry or subsector of energy, Honorable Speaker, are 197 audit queries. That is humongous, and that's a lot of audit queries, Honorable Speaker. Which means, of course, there's a lot to be done within that sector or those agencies to improve, Honorable Speaker, because an audit query, of course, means that there was an issue in terms of their financial books. Honorable Speaker, it would be good to note that out of these 197 audit queries that were raised by Auditor General, 105, by the time we were examining, Honorable Speaker, 105 had been seen to have been resolved during the period which Auditor General was also asking them those queries, and by the time it is reaching my committee. Honorable Speaker, my committee then therefore was left to resolve 92 of the audit queries in the entire sector. Honorable Speaker, it will also be good to note that the basis and the objective of auditing, and particularly the Auditor General, is value for money, Honorable Speaker, is that we don't waste our money. We save our money, we save the money of the people of Kenya. And number two, Honorable Speaker, that the service as promised by government, or the service as put in the budget, is done, Honorable Speaker. The service as advertised and given to a contractor is done. That is the most fundamental part of audit. And in resolving those issues, Honorable Speaker, my committee came and we resolved one item that helped us resolve these issues. When we sat down, Honorable Speaker, for the first time as audit committee, we said, Honorable Speaker, and I want to say it again here, that my committee, we said we will never be conveyor belt or do just paper for purposes of presenting as I'm doing now, Honorable Speaker. We are not satisfied. We are saying we want to see a service to a Kenyan. And that is very important, Honorable Speaker. Because when you look at those books we are doing from many years back, and what is our happiness? What is our satisfaction as leaders that a service is done to the Kenyan, that is value for money? Whatever it was budgeted, whatever money Kenyan has given in terms of tax, that service is done. If it's connection of electricity, that electricity is being enjoyed by Kenyan, Honorable Speaker. That's the principle of this committee. And we found, Honorable Speaker, a fundamental strategy that might be used going forward by other committees who will be coming in next parliaments and so on, Honorable Speaker, which my committee calls it a round table. That, Honorable Speaker, because if you look at KPLC, if you look at REREC, if you look at KenGen, if you look at KETRACO, all of them, they actually, the symbiosis, there should be some symbiosis relationship. Which in the Honorable Speaker, what happens is that they find difficulty in terms of sending letters here and there to resolve some issues. So my committee came up with a strategy we call roundtable, which means, or what we do, Honorable Speaker, is to bring all the ministers of the relevant institutions, specifically National Treasury and Energy, we bring them together, and the PSS. So we have a big roundtable to resolve these issues, Honorable Speaker, so that it's not beneficial for me to come and talk to you now here and present to you things, and yet the people of Kenya are suffering. Honorable Speaker, your people in your good constituency of Uganda and my constituency of Poko South, Honorable Speaker, will not enjoy if I'm only making a presentation here. But they will enjoy if they have a service. And I'll tell you, Honorable Speaker, it has produced results which I'll give you in a minute, the evidence. We brought in our ministers, and we found a way of resolving issues so that doesn't wait until when implementation committee takes over. And that is one thing, Honorable Speaker, that my committee found out as one of the strategies to resolve some of these 92 audit queries that were pending and remaining for my committee to resolve. Honorable Speaker, as I said, the context upon that is value for money, that we don't waste our money. So, Honorable Speaker, having said that and having laid that fundamental context, upon which we were auditing this institution, Honorable Speaker, then allow me to highlight a few in this report. And I want to say again, Honorable Speaker, as I move the report, that the report is here. Of course, it is, members have gone through. The report is fairly big. It is 289 pages, which has our recommendations, which we are asking the House to agree with us. It has the presentation by Auditor General. The report also has, Honorable Speaker, responses from the agencies which I have just mentioned, verbatim responses. It has our debate. It has when we were retreating, Honorable Speaker, and when the committee was resolving. All this report, Honorable Speaker, has that. And because it is 289 pages, Honorable Speaker, if I were to go through page by page, it might take us until next year. And honorable members, of course, Honorable Speaker, you know we are going for election, so members are fundamental in their constituency. So therefore, allow me then, Honorable Speaker, to highlight a few for purposes of moving this report. And let me start, Honorable Speaker, with rural electrification and renewable energy, REREC. Honorable Speaker, when we went through all the audit queries which were raised by the General in this agency, Honorable Speaker, there was one theme that was repeating in terms of mirroring or looking at value for money in this agency. And what came out, Honorable Speaker, as a big problem that we identified as a committee two, which were recurring or, like we will say, common theme that was going through. One, Honorable Speaker, is delayed project implementation. Terrible, Honorable Speaker. Kenyans will understand, Honorable Speaker, that REREC is actually the rural electrification, or the one that does rural electrification. And rural, Honorable Speaker, is this country. This country is basically rural. And where electricity is needed is rural, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this is a fundamental institution for the supply of electricity in this country. Honorable Speaker, we found out that there were many delays of projects, stating, Honorable Speaker, or starting from what you call last mile, which of course, in KPLC, they term it as last mile. In REREC, they call it transformer maximization. They call it maximization, but it's the same thing. It is last mile. There are a lot of delays, Honorable Speaker, all through the country. My constituency, your constituency, it can also bear you witness. And therefore, the Auditor General is saying, we have a number of projects which are going on around this country. And we visited the Honorable Speaker. I know you're asking the chairman of roads where I was, and you know that I'm emeritus chair of roads, Honorable Speaker. You challenge us, and I agree with you, Honorable Speaker, that the members of parliament need to be seen on the ground. Because it's not sufficient here to just talk. And my committee has been also on the ground, Honorable Speaker, so I want to defend myself before you ask me whether, Honorable Kosing, your committee has been on the ground. We have been on the ground, Honorable Speaker, and we have seen that the problem, we agree with what the General, is delay of project. So it was remaining to my committee and my able committee to say, how then are we going to address this? Because you know the delays will not get, power will not get the people, but above all, contractors are coming to ask for money because they have delayed, there is cost for it, which is now making losses. They put in some interest because they want to work, but their work has delayed. So we established, my committee established the reasons, some of the reasons that have caused these delays, Honorable Speaker. And we found that the biggest one is way leave. Getting the way leave so that the poles can be put on the ground to reach Mwananchi. Honorable Speaker, that was the biggest overrunning in the entire rural sector in terms of supply of electricity, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, there was a lot of questions. Some contractors have already moved on the ground. Why? Because they cannot access the ground. Why? It's not available. Why? No way leave. Way leave, Honorable Speaker, for people who might not understand, because maybe that's a jargon, is the land available for putting the poles so that this electricity can reach that village. That's what they call way leave, Honorable Speaker, in terms of electric language. It's called way leave. But it's just only a passage of land. So what is it? The requirement is that, Honorable Speaker, that REREC, first of all, acquires the land upon which these poles can be, we can put the poles so that now it can reach to the public. What we realize, Honorable Speaker, and you'll agree with me, and I want Kenyans to agree with us, we as committee, we found out that this idea of buying land, finding land for the rural electricity, Honorable Speaker, is, I will say, impossible. We, the committee, found that, Honorable Speaker, that's almost possible, particularly for REREC, not KPLC. I'll say it in a minute for them, but for REREC, which is applying electricity to the rural areas, to get land, Honorable Speaker, is nightmare for them. It's absolutely a nightmare for them, Honorable Speaker. And that's why most Kenyans then are not getting electricity. So what did the committee try to resolve, Honorable Speaker, and propose to you and the House? We are proposing, Honorable Speaker, that we find a way, so that we save Kenyans money, value for money. We find a way of bringing REREC and leaders to work together. So that leaders, you and me, Honorable Speaker, lead in getting the land for REREC to get power to the next village, so that these contractors can be able to work, Honorable Speaker. And we are proposing that the committee, particularly the Departmental Committee for Energy, amends the law and creates a rural electrification committee, right, mirrored around the one we do for the rural roads, Honorable Speaker, the one we do for Kera. You know, you and I, as constituency MPs, we have roads committees. And that's why when we are doing roads down there at the rural, Honorable Speaker, there's no problem. Why? Because it is, the acquisition of land is being led by our own people, being led by local people. So that if local people don't want electricity, then they should stay. So that we don't award these projects, Honorable Speaker, and then causing now delays and value for money. And then contractors, because they cannot access the ground, they come back to ask for money. And then we blame REREC, we blame the staff, Honorable Speaker. This is fundamental, a weighty issue, which I am proposing, Honorable Speaker, that the House agrees with our committee and the committee in charge of electricity, which is the Departmental Committee, Honorable Speaker, takes immediate effect and amends the law so that we can have rural electrification committees from local areas, like your constituency, Honorable Speaker, my constituency, and constituency of all these honorable members, so that the committee, who are local people, Honorable Speaker, can be able to lead to the acquisition of land. So that we negotiate, Honorable Speaker. This idea of people, you know, when you're acquiring land for rural electrification, Honorable Speaker, somebody puts a price that we cannot be able or the government cannot be able to pay. Honorable Speaker, that is why we have a problem with electricity and these delays. That was a cross-cutting issue within the REREC, Honorable Speaker, that I want to share with you, and we share a proposal that the committee, Departmental Committee in charge, must amend the law so that every constituency will have rural electrification committee to spearhead supply of electricity to our people, Honorable Speaker. That we will really make, in our view.
I don't mean to interrupt you at all, but why would then give out contracts before they acquire the way leaves?
I'll come to that, Honorable Speaker. Of course, it's a blame, but it is, this has been, I'm not defending them. They have not asked me to defend them, Honorable Speaker. But, of course, everybody wants electricity, you and I. So we go to REREC, that's what they award, because of demand, Honorable Speaker, from politicians and leaders. For good reason, Honorable Speaker, I will say. Where the problem is, Honorable Speaker, is not even the award before they get in the land, is how they get the land. Rural REREC, Honorable Speaker, is removed from the people. They are not in my constituency. They have officers in Eldoret. If we are now to give you a proper example, the officers are in Eldoret, Honorable Speaker. The nearest to my constituency they are in Kapenguria. So when they get a project, they send surveyors. The people call surveyors, Honorable Speaker. So they go from Eldoret or from Kapenguria to my constituency to do survey. Once they do survey, Honorable Speaker, that is it. That is the end, when they are on the ground. So what happens? Because of pressure from honorable members, including myself, REREC awards that project, Honorable Speaker, because the survey has been done, valuation has been done, and quantification has been done in terms of money. They award that project. So what happens? When the contractor goes on the ground, they find now those problems. Mwananchi says, who are you to step on my land? And that's where we have this waste of money, Honorable Speaker. That's why you're proposing that the law is amended. So that, Honorable Speaker, when REREC goes to do survey, they go with the committee, which honorable member, like yourself and myself, Honorable Speaker, have put them on the ground. So then we can, those members who are local can negotiate with the owner of the land. Then we can make this progress, Honorable Speaker. That is only for rural electrification. It's not for KPLC, it's not for Ketraco. I will mention for Ketraco in a minute, Honorable Speaker. That is a cross-cutting issue, which you found that there is value for money there's no value for money in most of the projects which are done by REREC. But we have found the reason, Honorable Speaker. We have identified where the problem is, and we have given you the proposals. We hope, Honorable Speaker, that you will agree with that. Second, Honorable Speaker, biggest problem in REREC, which we established, was this issue of mini grids. Mini grids, Honorable Speaker, are a kind of an hybrid production of or supply of electricity. Mini grid, Honorable Speaker, is a construction or establishment of solar power, and then you mix together with generators to supply power to areas where we don't have electric line. Mostly, Honorable Speaker, we have about, we established about, or we saw about 37 in this country. Mainly, Honorable Speaker, in Northeastern, we visited one in Aldado, which is in Wajir County, but these are in Wajir County, Northeastern particularly, up to Samburu, and also in Turkana County. Honorable Speaker, what the Auditor General found out was most of those mini grids were not working. And therefore, according to the Auditor General, they are white elephants. Honorable Speaker, we visited some of them, and we realized, Honorable Speaker, it is true. There was a problem of batteries. So, Honorable Speaker, rather than coming to cry and look like we're helpless as a House, Honorable Speaker, we did a round table. We brought the Minister for National Treasury, Minister for Electricity or Energy, and we put them together, Honorable Speaker. I'm happy to report to you as I speak to you that project has been taken and it's going to be corrected, Honorable Speaker. And it was produced as a result of the roundtable of my committee, and I thank my committee for doing that. Honorable Speaker, that is being corrected. And I'm sure people in Lodwar or Turkana, people in Northeastern, they're watching me, and particularly at Dado where I was, I'm sure they will be getting their power in a short while. That is really, Honorable Speaker. So, going forward, Honorable Speaker, I want to make a presentation, a little presentation from Kenya Electricity Transmission, that is KETRACO. Honorable Speaker, for information and for Kenyans, KETRACO, Honorable Speaker, is the evacuator of power, particularly high voltage power. So, KenGen does the generation. After generation, it takes to, of course, KETRACO comes to pick the power from there. That is how, so that Kenyans can understand what is this KETRACO. KETRACO then is coming to take power from the generation and take it to the national grid, right? And take it all over the country. Like take it to a reservoir, if it was water. Then from the reservoir, Kenya Power comes and takes it from the reservoir, which is closer to them, and take to the Mwananchi. And the Kenya Power and REREC, they do almost the same work, but REREC is for rural, and this one is for, KPLC is for urban. So the evacuator now, which is KETRACO, Auditor General found some fundamental problems, Honorable Speaker, a number of them, but I would like to highlight one which my committee found out to be, I think, the worst, or that I need to present to you, Honorable Speaker, so that you, from your able seat, that you can find some resolution. Honorable Speaker, what was it? And I want to make the presentation. What we found out, Honorable Speaker, as a committee, noted that primary operation and financial challenges facing KETRACO, Honorable Speaker, stems from land acquisition disputes, especially way-leaves, which we just mentioned, but this is a special one. And the resulting legal liabilities, they have problems, Honorable Speaker. The worst organization, I think this is a dying organization. I want to say, let me use that word, Honorable Speaker, so that they can be helped. KETRACO is dying. And not dying for lack of anything. Lack of, I think, they committed, they went into projects that I think, Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned a little bit. Currently, Honorable Speaker, KETRACO is facing estimated contingent liability of 12 billion as we speak here, Honorable Speaker. Why? Due to court cases and contractor claims. A good example, Honorable Speaker, of this risk is the Lesos Tororo transmission line project. KETRACO's failure to acquire way-leave rights forced the contractor, known as Inabensa, Honorable Speaker, to abandon the site when the works were almost 51%. Honorable Speaker, following the termination of the contract, there was arbitration cases all through, up to Supreme Court, Honorable Speaker. So what was the conclusion? The conclusion is that, in that case, is that KETRACO to pay a lot of money to Inabensa. Honorable Speaker, let me tell you, KETRACO is in problems in terms of this mistake. And we want to bring before you and the House, Honorable Speaker, that, they have to look at their accounts every day. Why? Because somebody called in Abenza, which is a foreign company, is waiting. If there's money in Ketrago, they remove it. Why? Because that's a long project, Honorable Speaker. From Lesos to Uganda was to bring the power, right, from Uganda to Kenya. Lesos is a distribution. But this person was given, Ketrago did not have proper, complete way leaves or the permission to use the land. So this person did some work. Because he could not be able to conclude, he left. Honorable Speaker, this is a serious problem in Ketrago, but that was committed some time back. And
because I'm listening to you very keenly. In REREC and Kenya Power, you're making this a light matter that you think can be handled by having a constituency committee. In Ketrago, you are saying is killing Ketrago.
Yes.
What happens if a similar thing happens? If you had all the contracts that are now under REREC, some people went to court. All contracts under KPLC that have no way leaves, people went to court. I'm waiting for recommendation saying, for example, that these people should not sign contracts until they get, because if the issue was the way leave, why couldn't they get the way leave first?
I'm coming there. You read my mind, Honorable Speaker. You almost became my chairman of my committee. Speaker, I mentioned, and I want to repeat. I think if I'm not understood, I will repeat. For REREC, Honorable Speaker, we must have a committee. Because, Speaker, let me ask you. I will give you a village in my constituency, for example, where I come from, Kalotwari. And you are supplying, or you are moving now electricity from Kalotwari, which is a village, to another one, which is closer to it, right? Maybe 2-3 kilometers. Why do you need to buy that land, Honorable Speaker, or get way leave? A village, just 2 minutes? Or two? No. I am proposing, Honorable Speaker, and I'm leaving it for debate of the House.
You make a lot of sense, Chair.
But only for REREC. I'm coming for...
No. You make a lot of sense, but my issue is this. REREC now gives batch contracts.
Yes.
But one company has 10 contracts.
Yes.
Worth 200 million shillings.
Yes.
So if these contracts worth 200 million shillings, all of them have no way leaves acquired before.
That is a problem.
And there are 3, 4, 5 companies.
That's the problem.
The constituency committee doesn't resolve it. That is my point.
It is true, Honorable Speaker. If they do like that, we'll have a problem. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, there is already a problem. And I am saying, Honorable Speaker, when I'm seated here with my colleagues, Honorable Speaker, I don't want us to lament. Because already, people want electricity. You told us one day, Honorable Speaker, when you were making a ruling in this House, that the House should not lament. Parliamentarians should not. We are the leaders of today. So we are lamenting to who? That is why I'm proposing a solution, Honorable Speaker. Only for REREC. I have a solution for Ketrago and Kenya Power. REREC, Honorable Speaker, I am trying to base on ruralism, if there is a word like that. But because I studied English, Honorable Speaker, and I was given the power to do, and all appertains, I can say ruralism. Because I was given the power to do all appertains with that degree of English. So, Honorable Speaker, that's different. That's only REREC. If I come here and lament, Honorable Speaker, or let us even say, don't award any project in REREC or rural until when you get a wage leave. Honorable Speaker, my question is, from one village to another, you pay. It doesn't work, Honorable Speaker. This is our country. This is rural. I was giving an example of my village, Kalotwari village, for example, Honorable Speaker, to another one called Manyan, or small villages in Uganda. Why do you want to pay money to just have one pole? Yes, they call poles. One stick. You want one stick there so that village can get what? Can get power. So you want money to pay for that stick so that village can pay power. Honorable Speaker, we are belittling ourselves as a country. And that is why I said, let us amend the law. In those rural, we have rural committees so that they can resolve those issues. Come to me and say, Kosing, Honorable Kosing, you know, your neighbor next to you does not have power. Why do we need to pay your land? Why don't we allow this neighbor of yours to get power? We only need one pole. We will solve thousands of queries, Honorable Speaker. And that one will proceed. Otherwise, if we go that way and say, REREC, don't award any project, this country will be black. I will tell you, Honorable Speaker, this country will be black in a minute. And I'm trying to compromise that, Honorable Speaker, to the request which you get as an MP. from your Uganda constituency. You get a lot of requests. We want power here, we want power there. I also get requests. Honorable Pasaris, no. Oh yes, she's also getting requests, Honorable Speaker. Particularly we, honorable members from rural areas, we get a lot of those problems, Honorable Speaker. That's why I'm giving that proposal. I don't want to lament. We are a house. But in Rerek, in Ketrago, Honorable Speaker, we are coming up with a very serious resolution, which we are proposing in this report. That, Honorable Speaker, Ketrago shall never issue a contract before getting a relief. Yes. We are not giving them those ones because they are not rural. We are not allowing them to have committees. No. But because of this Bensa problem, we have come up with a very tough recommendation in this report. And Kenyans now should be listening so that they don't ask for power. We have said, we have recommended tough, Honorable Speaker, that Ketrago, KPLC, and particularly Ketrago shall not award any project before acquiring wage, Honorable Speaker. And I think that's your recommendation, Honorable Speaker. I've just inserted in the report quickly here while I'm making a presentation. But it is in the report, Honorable Speaker, that Ketrago should not. Second, Honorable Speaker, in that proposal, we refuse to become a conveyor belt for Bensa. Because we are being asked, Honorable Speaker, to agree with the Auditor General that Ketrago should pay Bensa. We decline, Honorable Speaker. That was the proposal from the Auditor General. What's our proposal? Our proposal, Honorable Speaker, that we are calling particularly the Office of Public Service, Head of Public Service, and CS National Treasury. They must resolve this issue of Bensa. And we refuse, Honorable Speaker, to accept the payment of billions of money for work not done. We cannot be a committee of conveyor belt and we just allow some people to eat money. We refuse, Honorable Speaker. Although they have gone to court, and we say in our committee, even if people have gone to court, they have the court and whatever their right is, or appeals and so on and so forth. Speaker, we refuse. We cannot accept. And we are calling, Honorable Speaker, in our report that the Minister for National Treasury, specifically the CS National Treasury, and Head of Public Service must intervene on this issue of Bensa. And we decline as a committee that they should not pay, Ketrago should not pay that money. If HOPS or Office of the Public Service find a problem, they should jail those people who did not get the way leave before they awarded the project, Honorable Speaker. We are very tough on that one.
The other day I saw you going to court on a personal matter. The Honorable Chairperson, you've just told us that this matter has gone to the Supreme Court, right?
Yes.
So if Parliament decides that what Supreme Court has said doesn't matter, and you say you use the word refuse, what is the effect?
I want to refuse, Honorable Speaker, so that there is effect. It's true, Honorable Speaker. Let me tell you.
What is the effect of that to people investing in this country and who believe that, and Kenya is known for the rule of law, especially on commercial transactions. So when Parliament says that, on this particular matter, the word is we refuse. What happens?
Well, we decline to accept with the Auditor General that people should be paid. I am saying, Honorable Speaker, I'm sending them back for almost like in quotes, a kind of a renegotiation. In other words. But Honorable Speaker, so that there is some, I wanted to bring a shock, if I was allowed, Honorable Speaker. In this one, my committee wanted to bring a shock in this country that we decline. So that, Honorable Speaker, we look at it, how can we pay billions of money? Okay, but yes, there was a mistake maybe of not getting the way leave and so on and so forth. And then somebody seated somewhere and receiving, Honorable Speaker, and I told you, there's a liability of 12 billion. Some people somewhere, they have gone to court, I don't know how they talked in court and something like that, and then it comes to the committee, and the committee says, okay, proceed to pay. Honorable Speaker, even if it's a shock, we have declined to accept that payment, Honorable Speaker. And even if somebody was to say anything, let them say. After all, they know where I come from, Honorable Speaker. You know where I come from, and you know the language you use in where I come from, Honorable Speaker. So let me share that language, maybe.
Not cattle. These are not cows, really. These are not animals.
Honorable Speaker, I agree they are not animals, but Honorable Namwar can also help me in this one, Honorable Speaker, because our language, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Namwar who is here, we are direct, we are honest. How can we? How can on earth, Honorable Speaker, how can we accept that you pay somebody close to 12 billion? We are asking, Honorable Speaker, to National Treasury, CS, and Head of Public Service, Honorable Speaker, to intervene in this one, particularly in this one of It is, you can see the body language, Honorable Speaker, of myself. That's the body language of my committee when we were discussing this issue. People almost crying. How we losing that amount of money? You are giving some, we are being asked to say, pay them quickly. And we as a committee accept, we declare, Honorable Speaker. So we better break a record. If they are listening, if they are external, this motion, which I am moving, Honorable Speaker, is almost equivalent to the other one for security, which was being moved by my colleague, Songo. How can we force Honorable Speaker to accept something that you think it is an illegality? No. Maybe even if this one is not, even if they went to court to Honorable Speaker and therefore they sanitize themselves in law, I will say, Honorable Speaker, using my language, it is immoral. If we pay this money, Honorable Speaker, it is immoral. It might be legal, but it's immoral, Honorable Speaker. And the Kenyans and rural people like me, we go with the morality more than even the other side. So, Honorable Speaker, that is what we found as a problem that I want to give you. And I'm glad, Honorable Speaker, the way you have read my mood. And therefore, that is the mood of the committee and the mood of the people. Honorable Speaker, so we have two. One proposal, Ketraco, please. Ketraco, Honorable Speaker, we have said no award of any contract for Ketraco until they acquire all the relevant way leaves. Honorable Speaker, you see the blackouts which are down there in Nyanza, where you come from, where I come from, there's blackouts, Honorable Speaker. North Rift, Central Rift, we have these problems. And when we went through, it's just because of Ketraco were not given an opportunity to upgrade the lines so that we can get clean power. Why? It's because of way leave. Honorable Speaker, even something that came to my committee, somebody from somewhere Nyanza, I think from, which county was that? That was like Homa Bay. I was told just one person, only one person, Honorable Speaker, just decided, I said, no, you cannot build on my land. But we called the minister, and we did a roundtable. I think that was resolved, Honorable Speaker. So we have two recommendations. One, no land shall be, no project in Ketraco shall be awarded before acquisition of way lease. Number two, we will never be a conveyor belt. That issue in Abenza should be negotiated, led by head of public service himself and the National Treasury. We cannot do that, Honorable Speaker, we cannot accept that. Of course, you know we Parliament cannot negotiate, it is the executive. Speaker, as I move towards concluding my moving remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me to go to KPLC and Kenyan. Honorable Speaker, what the Auditor General found out in these two institutions, which is what for me to highlight, Honorable Speaker, is this idea of prices, particularly prices of electricity. And of course, there's that outcry that Kenyans are paying too high costs in terms of electricity. And the Auditor General found out also that there is a disconnect, which is true. The disconnect which you found, Honorable Speaker, which you want to present to you, and also the recommendations, is that we have two types of generating power and acquisition of power in this country. One is being done by Kenyan. The power that is generated by Kenyan, right, is cheaper. There's also another second power which is being generated by independent power producers. Honorable Speaker, Auditor General has found out that there is a mismatch, there's a disconnect. The power KPLC getting and selling to the people of Kenya from independent power producers is way ahead in terms of cost than the power they are getting from Kenyan, Honorable Speaker. It was like, when they were presenting in my committee, it was like, it was a movie, you know? And from independent power producers, the power is very high. From Kenyan, is very low. So the reason, honorable colleagues and members of this committee, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of yourself and the House, Honorable Speaker, is why is this one from independent power producers expensive than the one for public, which is Kenyan? We established, Honorable Speaker, we call them, we call KPLC, we call Kenyan, and they appeared before us, and we found out, Honorable Speaker, that the one for independent power producers, KPLC, of course, which is us, because KPLC gets the money from us, or Kenyans, because we are paying for that power. KPLC pays independent power producers even when their power is not being consumed. That's terrible, Honorable Speaker. Something terrible. So what happens? They did something called a power purchase agreement. They agreed and say, I'm going to put my generation here, and you pay me this amount of money per month. Whether you're consuming my power or not, you're paying me. Honorable Speaker, where is that? Where have you seen something like that, Honorable Speaker? That you pay somebody who is not producing. And the problem, Honorable Speaker, these independent power producers had already secured securities from national treasury. So that if you don't pay them, they can cash in their securities in national treasury. That was a big issue before my committee, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker. It was a big issue. And we still have that problem, Honorable Speaker, up to now. We went back and said, how did these independent power producers, how did they enter into Kenya market? We discovered, Honorable Speaker, by the time they were coming into market, Kenya actually was producing, or particularly Kenyan was producing below their production. Like now what we are doing, Honorable Speaker, you know, Kenya now wants to move to 10,000 megawatts. We are about 3,000 megawatts now. Kenya wants to move to 10,000 megawatts. And that's why Kenya is moving towards nuclear. Speaker, because of that time, I think that was between 2020, from 2007 up to 2010, Kenya was rushing to get power. So these power producers were invited. So they said, you know, we were invited by government. So what were we going to do? That's why we gave them our price. So we really had a problem, Honorable Speaker, with that one. Oh, you know, and we are investors. We were called to this country. Some of them are saying we are Kenyans. We even investigated, some of them have accounts somewhere else, Honorable Speaker. But for the purposes of audit, and this committee, Honorable Speaker, because there's a difference between us as audit committee and the departmental committee. Of course, the departmental committee would have looked at other things. We're looking at value for money. And because there's a problem, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans cannot understand, we cannot even understand as members of parliament. How can you get power cheaper from Kenyan, and then you pay independent power producer, Honorable Speaker, without even consuming that power? Honorable Speaker, with those all problems, which I will not present all of them to you, Honorable Speaker, what were our observations and recommendations? Our observations and recommendations are like this, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, if I'm watching from home, I would want to know how much is Kenyan power? Because you've said it. So
yes.
I'm certain anybody watching from the village would want to know.
Yes.
You said that when you're buying from Kenyan,
yes,
it's way cheaper.
Yes.
When you're buying from the IPP, it's more expensive.
Yes.
How much is Kenyan? How much is IPPs?
I'll give you that in a minute, Honorable Speaker, when I give my colleague to make a presentation. But the difference, Honorable Speaker, is almost 50%. But I'll give you the right figures. I'll go to my report once I finish this one. But the difference is almost 50%, Honorable Speaker. I'll give you exact when Honorable Pasaris will be on the floor. Honorable Speaker, if you see that 50%, like for example, which I'll give you the details, like 50% means what? Means like if the power from Kenyan is costing 10, then the power from independent power producers is costing 15. And it is power, the same power, Honorable Speaker. And that is where there's a problem. And there's still a problem, Honorable Speaker, as even I speak to you. But because I'm not departmental committee, I will look at it from audit perspective or with my audit eyes, which is, Honorable Speaker, then what is our recommendation? We found out the following recommendation. Honorable Speaker, recommendation number one is that those independent power producers and the costs, they must be renegotiated, Honorable Speaker. It cannot be business as usual. Yes, I know executive and particularly the president has took over that issue, Honorable Speaker, and I'm sure he must have also ordered the same thing because, you know, this report was done some time back. But they must be renegotiated, Honorable Speaker. It cannot be 50% difference. No. We decline to agree with the 50%, Honorable Speaker, as a committee. We'll never be conveyor belt. Number two, Honorable Speaker, which came from our visit to a Kenyan power plant in Mombasa. We went to a Kenyan power plant in Mombasa, Honorable Speaker, Kipevu. And we realized that when we were in, they had how many engines? But when we were in Mombasa, Honorable Speaker, we went to Kenyan. In this idle power, which I was saying, independent power producers are being paid for idle power, almost all of them. But the second recommendation which we have, but the recommendation number one is that they must be renegotiated. We cannot pay 50% difference, no. We decline as a committee. And this is our report. So who takes over? Is the executive. They must take over to agree with us, Honorable Speaker, if the House adopts our report. The second recommendation, in that idle power, we went to Kipevu as a committee. We were taken to a Kenyan generation, which they are using fuel to generate power here in Kipevu. We found out, Honorable Speaker, that even also some of their generators and engines were not running. And we are paying, you and I pay at the end of the month using our bills. We pay even that power, even that generator, which was not generating power at that particular time. So we asked them, why are you allowing Kenyans to pay for idle power? They told us, Honorable Speaker, something which is important that we need to present before you and the country, Honorable Speaker. They told us the problem with Kenyans is they need a lot of power from like about 6 in the evening, 7 in the evening, like now, this particular time, Honorable Speaker. Kenyans need power this time so much until about 9. And then nobody needs power. So during the time we were visiting there, it was about like 11 in the morning. Not many people need power at that particular time. We were told by Kenyan. So we came up with second recommendation. Through now REREC and KPLC, they should connect more Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. You can connect more Kenyans. I don't know what is the connection now, but the connection is too low. Meaning, it is the Kenyans who are connected to power are carrying heavy load. So REREC and KPLC should make sure that most Kenyans or every Kenyan is connected, so that now there is no idle power, Honorable Speaker. That is what we found out, Honorable Speaker, and that marks our recommendation. 2, 1 is that we negotiate those independent power producers. Number 2, we should do a lot of civic education, REREC and KPLC. They should do more recommendations or bring more, we get more factories which consume power, so that power is being consumed equally all the time. Then we don't have idle power, Honorable Speaker. That is for consumption, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I thank members for listening me in moving this motion, very important motion, Honorable Speaker. We hope the House will agree with us so that we can at least make some change. But as I said, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude this committee of mine, we will never be conveyor belt. We want to create a shock in this country so that we can be able to either amend the law or come back to the negotiation. With those few remarks, or many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you, and I ask Honorable Pasaris to second the motion.
The Honorable Esther Pasaris.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the adoption of the 4th report of the Public Investment Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy. On the onset, I congratulate our chairperson, Honorable David Kosin, for his exemplary leadership and commend my fellow members and the committee secretariat for their professionalism, diligence, and teamwork in the preparation of this report. Honorable Speaker, the chair has ably outlined the committee's findings and recommendations. I wish to emphasize the magnitude of the work undertaken by the committee. We examined audit reports spanning 19 financial years across 5 key energy institutions. We interrogated 197 audit queries, resolved 105 of them, and made recommendations on the remaining 92. This was a painstaking work and of parliamentary oversight. As a member of the committee, I can confirm that every accounting officer who appeared before us was accorded fair hearing. We carefully outweighed the evidence before arriving at balanced recommendations. We identified recurring challenges, including delays in project implementation, unresolved wayleaf disputes, weak internal controls, and gaps in the financial management that require urgent attention. Honorable Speaker, strong institutions are built through consistent oversight. By adopting this report, this House will be reaffirming its constitutional duty to safeguard public resources and ensure public investments deliver value for the people of Kenya. I urge this House to adopt the report. I beg to second. Thank you.
Honourable members, I propose the question, therefore, that this House adopt the 4th report of the Public Investments Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy on its examination of audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the energy sector, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 2nd April 2026. Honorable Mwalimu Kombe.
Asante tena Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi kuchangia kwa hii hoja. Kwa hakika Mheshimiwa Spika, nianze tu na kupongeza kamati ambayo imeshughulikia hili jambo, lakini pia vile vile wamependekeza ama wamesema ya kwamba walichunguza ama walifanya ukaguzi wa kipindi cha fedha cha miaka 19. Mheshimiwa Spika, miaka 19 ni kipindi kirefu sana, na iwapo umo ndani mna kasoro ama mna ufujaji wa fedha, baada ya miaka 19 serikali itakuwa imerekod ama imepoteza fedha nyingi sana. Hapa ningesema kuwe na ukaguzi wa hesabu na matumizi ya fedha ya mashirika ya serikali kwa muda unaofaa. Kama ni kuchelewa sana, labda ifanywe kila baada ya miaka miwili, lakini kulumbikiza miaka 19, hapo tutapata pengine mambo mengine yametuharibikia, wakati ambapo tungeweza kurekebisha na kuhakikisha ya kwamba hatupotezi fedha za serikali. Pia vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, kucheleweshwa kwa miradi kunasababisha malumbikizi ya fedha. Kama mwanakandarasi amekadiria angeweza kufanya mradi kwa $600,000 kwa mfano, kisha kandarasi hiyo icheleweshwe kwa zaidi ya mwaka, wakati akija kutekeleza ama kufanya hiyo kandarasi, kufanya huo mradi, bei za vitu huwa zimepanda, na hivyo kama angenunua waya kwa bei ya chini kufikia kuchelewa kwa mwaka mzima, utapata kwamba zile nyaya zimepanda bei kiasi cha kwamba hiyo kazi haiwezi kufanyika tena kwa ile bei ya kandarasi ambayo alikuwa amekadiria. Hilo ni swala ambalo pia nilichukuliwe uzito na likaweze kurekebishwa, ili kandarasi ikitolewa iwe inatolewa kila kitu kiwe kimeshakamilika. Ruhusa ya kutumia ardhi ya wenyewe na kukita magogo ya stima yastahili ikapatikane mapema kabla mwanakandarasi hajapatiwa hiyo kandarasi. Unakuta hata hivi tunavyozungumza, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna baadhi ya watu katika mtaa wa kwetu wamekataa magogo ya kitwe katika ardhi zao kwa sababu hawakuwa wamearifiwa mapema. Japo niliingilia kati nikazungumza nao kwamba tumelilia stima muda mrefu sana, na kisha sasa mnaanza kutatiza huu mradi. Mimi ningeomba tu muachilie tuweze kufanya huu mradi nasi tukapate stima tukafurahie kama Wakenya wengine. Alilegeza kidogo na tukaweza kuweka hayo magogo, lakini ni kwamba kile nasisitiza, ruhusa hii inayoitwa kwa lugha hiyo nyingine wayleave, ni ruhusa ya kuweza kukita magogo kwa shamba za wenyewe iweze kupatikana mapema kabla hata huyo mwanakandarasi hajapewa hiyo kandarasi. Mheshimiwa Spika, KETRACO kwa sasa hivi iko na malumbikizi mengi ya madeni. Kuna watu wengi ambao hawajalipwa na wanalalamikia KETRACO, na nilipofuatilia kwa ndani nikapata ya kwamba KETRACO pia wamepatia wengine, wanakandarasi wengine, vipande vya kazi ili waweze kufanyiwa kwa niaba yao, na badala ya kulipa hao wanakandarasi wadogo pia haikuwezekana na hivyo basi wale wanakandarasi wadogo ambao wamechukua wafanyikazi wakafanya hiyo kazi, wale waliotumika vibarua wakati ule hawajalipwa mpaka sasa. Ndio hayo ambayo mwenyekiti hapa amejaribu kuyaelezea kwamba kuna shida, na shida hii inaweza kupatikana na kuweza kuendelea zaidi kwa sababu ya mipangilio. Kama hakuna mipangilio ambayo imewekwa kikamilifu ya kudhibiti hali kama hii, basi hiyo shida inaweza kuendelea. Hata hivyo pia niunge mkono mapendekezo ya mwenyekiti kwamba ihakikishwe hizi kandarasi kabla hazijapewa ziwe tayari ruhusa zimepatikana, na hivyo ndipo kandarasi kapeanwe. Moja kwa moja baada ya hapo mwanakandarasi atakuwa anaweza kuingia na kuendelea na kazi, ambapo pia tutakuwa tumeepuka kule kucheleweshwa kwa utekelezaji wa kandarasi hizo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hayo machache asante sana.
Asante nayo pia. Honorable Made.
Thank you, Speaker. Beforehand, I want to thank the Committee on Public Investment, Commercial Affairs and Energy. I want to thank Honorable Kosing for the elaborate report together with these committee members, and also for the recommendations that he's been able to make. Honorable Speaker, the energy sector in Kenya, I would say, is already dead. Some will say dead on arrival because, Honorable Chair, there is a lot of delays in project implementation, KPLC, REREC, and also the rest of the energy suppliers in this country, in the manner in which they even manage the charges in this country requires a lot of attention. Chair, allow me to point out the issue on project delays. Chair, for example, in Turkana Central, and I know because I sit in the Public Accounts Committee, we interrogated on the same, and we found out that there is total delay of project implementation across the country. We even thought there are counties in this country that receive maybe some attention that I will say is favorable. But we saw that it was cutting across. For example, in my constituency, there are projects that were supposed to be completed or that were initiated in 2021, 2022, or 2020, 2021. To date, they have never been implemented, or they are still struggling to be implemented. And therefore, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, when the Chair has been able to recommend that there is need for us to have a ruralized or a devolved kind of committee to undertake, to spearhead and to manage issues rural electrification, it is important. I have been able to engage what they call the director for REREC in the county. They will always refer me to the headquarters, meaning there is a disconnect in terms of how they even prioritize projects. Honorable Speaker, that delay, sometimes in COSAP or CHEM project, makes this country not even to achieve on these other projects like the last mile. Second, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Made,
yes.
You make your second point next time. You're going to have a balance of 7 minutes. The next time is okay. Honorable members, and time now being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 11th of August, 2026, at 2:30 p.m.